Hey. Oh, put on NBA TV right now. That's a good call right there. When was that sent? That was sent just a minute ago. I'll put it on right now. Boom. NBA game of the day. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yep, 3 minutes left in OT. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes, indeed, he did. I ain't even mad. I'll take it. Morgan sure looked happy on night chat, even though she said, I don't want them to play bad and win. I ain't gonna be happy. One De'Aaron Fox 3-pointer later, and we're all elated. You know what it is, Roddy. What's happening, bro? What's happening? Buzzer beating Drake bars indeed. Oh, David. Man. They stink, bro. They stink, man. That's it. Coach Molly, what's happening?
Coach Molly, how'd the first game go?
Look at all three of us today. Turn around, Jesse. Look at all three of us today. Woo! DLKC.com. Come on, man.
We all verified up in here, man.
Come on, man. Oh, I got it. James is in for today.
Oh, he is here?
Yeah, he's not making the drive.
That's tough on a weekday.
I think he hurt himself.
Oh no. Let's see. That is funny.
Oh man, why does he do that, yo? What?
Oh man, it don't make no sense.
I actually had to do some research after that. I was like, wait, he 2010, 11, 12. Okay, let me look. Oh man. Love you, Johnny G.
That's something ain't adding up.
That's a tough bar to beat for message of the day right there. That's a good one. Every time, man. Every time. Yeah, they were. That's about when they started, 2011. That's when the first mixtape dropped, and they sounded different. Like you could tell it's them, but they sound different. We rotate, Chase. So sometimes we're home, sometimes we're not. That's all. You'll be seeing the home studio a lot during the holidays. This is as close to being at home is the closest to a day off we'll get. Woo! We already know you had a good weekend, baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, unless you're a Raider fan, maybe you didn't. But if you're a Kings fan, you probably had a fantastic weekend. We welcome you in here to the Monday, November 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, my other one didn't come up. It was supposed to come up, but it didn't. Oh, well.
All right. Well, we're happy that you're here with us. Wherever you may be, if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're just scrolling through your timeline and you spot us on Twitter, you could watch us there, or you could head over to the Odyssey app and peep us there. Shout out to our guy, Johnny G, who says, if you know me, you know how much I love D-Lo and KC. Been listening to them since I was a member of the Heat back in 2010. Thank you, Johnny. We appreciate you so much.
He told everybody it's going to be the next big thing.
Y'all have been on this from day one, man, for years and years and years. We appreciate you. James Ham will be with us the final hour of the show. May have a few friends pop in as the day rolls along as well. Of course, the Kings are back in action tonight after a thrilling weekend. They'll end this road trip in Golden State or in San Francisco to take on the Golden State Warriors. We'll get to the Warriors later. We'll dive into everything that went on in week 9 of the NFL season, including some news coming out of Indianapolis, followed by some interesting news coming out of Indianapolis. That's all on the way. Ain't no chance we're starting with anything other than De'Aaron Fox's 37
Come on,
very, very confident mid-court three-pointer that he took to give the Kings the win on Saturday.
Gotta give De'Aaron Fox some air horns, man, and also because the Kings won. I love the game. Come on, man. Come on now. That was crazy.
26-123 in overtime. This game had a little bit of everything: the good, the bad, the ugly, and the elated. But man, the one thing that I keep getting drawn to over and over and over and over again, every time I see that shot, and I've seen it over 100 times since Saturday, he shot it with such confidence. He was 1 of 6 at the time he pulled up for that shot.
Man,
he shot it with such confidence, and he knew it was going in.
He knew that was a bucket.
You in the great angle that Devon Davis got, it was posted all over the Kings social media channels. Bruh, that ball was just left his fingertips when he looked up. Was like, oh yeah, this game's over.
Yeah,
this game is over.
It was a level of confidence that we typically don't see. At least I don't see from De'Aaron with a shot. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really see him shoot a 3 and then turn around a la Steph Curry. You know what I mean? From a regular 3, let alone from the logo. And that was nuts.
They in Orlando wasn't ready for it. They just let him have it. They just let him have it. They were like, yeah, let him bring the ball up the floor.
Well, who would? I mean, I don't fault them for that one. Who you just tied the game? You're not trying to foul. If anything, all right. Stay above the 3-point line. Nobody's thinking logo. Nobody's thinking logo with Fox.
Yeah, the defender was I mean, don't you at least try to slow the ball down? You know what? It doesn't matter because I don't care. Whatever Orlando's strategy was, that's fine. It capped off a wild final few seconds where Malik Monk turned the ball over, in which I think the NBA later admitted, well, probably should have been a foul call there, but there wasn't. But thankfully, it all worked out for the Kings this time. And then that tied the game, and there's thank God we got 4 hours, man, because that game was a 4-hour breakdown, man. We get Sabonis missed. I think I stopped counting after a million free throws.
Domantas, come on.
Oh, speaking of free throws, boy, it was 7 of 7.
Come on now. Well, what you say earlier? You had a tweet.
21 straight. 21 straight. He hasn't missed a free throw.
De'Aaron Fox or Kevin Durant?
He has. Well, so that's like good and bad, right? He hasn't missed a free throw in 5 games, but he's made 21 straight. And just for a player who has been getting to the basket as much as De'Aaron, for a player who has the ball in his hands as much as De'Aaron Fox, those numbers don't add.
Nah.
Like 5 straight games, he hasn't missed a free throw, but he's 21 of 21. Like it needs to be.
To be honest with you, he probably should be going to the free throw line 21 times in 2 games.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what it should be a lot of the time. So 21 in 5 games, that don't add up.
Yeah, it doesn't. But that's not the point. That's a microscopic version of the point. The point is, my man has hit 21 straight.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'm just so happy with the way De'Aaron Fox is playing. This is everything that we talked about before the season started. Get off to that big start after a couple of years of some hiccups. Things not necessarily going the way he wants out the gate. Things not going the way that Kings fans want out the gate. Despite the fact that this team is 3 and 5 at this point, man, De'Aaron is playing incredible.
No,
Just incredible.
He absolutely is. And to be honest with you, for me personally, this is why the way he played last year to start the season is so unacceptable. You know, and why I was like, nah, this is not good enough. Because he's 100% better than what he showed last year. And he's showing it right now. He's showing that last year was an anomaly. That's not the rule. That's not who he is. He's a better ball player than that. And he has the potential to be better than maybe a lot of people even thought could be his ceiling, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like he is scoring, I think he's at like 26 a game right now or whatever. One of them is the Hornets game, which, you know, kind of affected that or whatever. But I mean, he's 27 to 30 points a game right now. Relatively easy. Like it doesn't seem like he's, you know, struggling to get to that number when he does or anything like that. It seems like, and because he's a point guard and because that's just not really how the game is played, it seems like he can score whenever he wants, or at least get a good shot off whenever he wants, get to the basket, hit the mid-range. He has the 3, obviously, anytime he wants because people play off of him. Like he could get a shot anytime he wants, it feels like. It seems like we're getting to that point where the mental is matching up with the physical.
Man, all signs point to, yeah, that's what's happening. All signs point to that's 100% what is happening. And if we go ahead and take that Charlotte game out where he only played 9 minutes, field goal attempts. I'm just talking about attempts. I'm not talking about what he's made. I'm just talking about field goal attempts. 21, 23, 20, 19, 17. 17 was the game against Miami, in which many of us think that's one of the best games De'Aaron Fox has played this year. One of the best games De'Aaron Fox has played in recent memory. Then you got the 4 against Charlotte. Obviously, he missed the second game against Miami. 24 this weekend over Orlando. He's being aggressive.
Yes.
He may not have that. He may not have that feeling that he had. I don't remember if it was a year ago or 2 years ago, but he may not have that feeling of, well, I have to be perfect every night or we don't stand a chance. I have to be great every night or we don't stand a chance. He may not have that feeling anymore, and he shouldn't, because that's clearly not the case anymore. But he's playing like it. He's still playing like everything that this team is going to accomplish rides on my shoulders, and I'm going to make sure still alive. You don't leave any meat on the bone here.
No. And look, this may be a small thing. It may be inconsequential or whatever, but did you see after the steal and dunk for the Magic, ball gets inbounds to Harrison? Fox was like, no. Give me the goddamn ball.
Yeah.
All right, I got this. I'm going to handle this. Yep. I love that. I love that right there. That's what I'm talking about. And especially after 40 was playing, give it up to anybody. But that's for another discussion.
Right. We'll get there. We got time. We'll get there. I gotta mention our guy Matt George. I think it was Friday. We did a Locked On Kings podcast together. And he asked me what was in my head was a really tough question. He said, what do you want to see from De'Aaron Fox that he's not doing right now that you think will influence winning? And I really didn't have an answer because I was like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like he's doing everything. I don't feel like he's missing a beat anywhere. And Matt said, I want to see him take control late in a close game. And man, Matt George was a prophet on Friday because that's exactly what happened on Saturday. That whole overtime, that was Kentucky.
Oh yeah,
that was them. Them Wildcats in overtime. They were that was the controlling element of that game. And De'Aaron, of course, with the moment that you just referenced, give me the ball.
Give me that.
These dudes is playing off me. All right, y'all don't expect this. Okay, I'm 1 of 6. But I'm making this shot. I'm shooting this with confidence.
Yes. I love it, man. I love it. I want to see it continue. And you mentioned it earlier. I want to continue to see the aggressiveness. The aggressiveness. Yeah. That's always been the thing for me with De'Aaron Fox. I've said it a number of different times. If you shoot 4 of 19, we don't want that. That's not good. But I can accept that more than you going 4 of 11. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to put him up. What did I say at the start of the season last year? I was like, I need like 17 to 20 shots a night from him.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, that's you got to live and die with this. Us as Kings fans, us as observers, we know you said it all summer long. You're 100% correct. Others have said it as well. This team is going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes them. And some of that has to do with his aggressiveness out there. If he's aggressive, I think it benefits everybody out there. It benefits the entire team.
We are just getting started. Many more elements to talk about as it pertains to this game. Many more elements to talk about as it pertains to the game tonight. We've got flowers to give out for our brother in Houston as well. That's all on the way. We'll dive into week 9. And we are just getting started. And the phone lines are open for you.
You think you know, but you don't know. And you never.
What the hell is happening over there? The hell is going on over there? Kenny's over there putting some damn buttons.
I was trying to let people know.
I was going to tell him Drake Bars is on the way.
But instead,
you think you know, but you don't know.
That's why your button privileges have been revoked when we're in the studio. 916-909-1320. The phone lines are open for you. Drake Bars next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get this fan. Hang on.
Hold on 1 second.
Wasn't hot in here till I turned on these damn lights.
Yeah, I had to you know what's funny? I don't know if it's with us or with everybody. Us. But you know how like it'll say right now it's like hot in the house. You know, like, what's the temperature? It's at 74. Hey, turn that down to 73.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, that's real talk.
Somehow that makes a difference.
I know who the hell was fucking with my fan though. Oh, there you go. The hell? This took my fan like 3 minutes to warm up. What are you doing?
Did you turn the fan the correct direction?
I don't know what that means.
You know, you're supposed to turn it, I think, in the winter one direction, and then in the summer another direction. It's facts.
Did not know.
Miss P would know. She's, she designs stuff. She understands those things.
I had on
Coach
my
Wally probably know too.
I had on my Miss P socks this morning.
Reese stole mine. Well, I got 2 pairs, so I got my one, but he stole my other pair. He's like, "Oh, these are kind of cool." There you go, Jason talking about WTF. Thomas knows. One way creates cold, the other way creates hot, pushes the air up or down. Now,
if I'm turning the fan on, I want the air to be cold. I ain't turning the fan on like it's a heater.
I didn't create this.
I don't even know. How do I turn it the other way?
I got a switch on there.
Oh, now you're doing too much. It is way too much. Calm down, LeBron. Fucking LeBron Caraway. There's a science behind your ceiling fans.
Johnny G knows.
Man, Rich speak the truth. These damn, like, every couple months an air filter show up my door, and I'm like, oh,
hey,
man, that's like the third one I got. I probably should change it.
Let's be perfectly clear. I don't remember this because I know. I remember it because I'm told to change it. I'm told to change the direction. That's the only reason I know.
Oh, shut up, Malcolm. Davion Mitchell is a better guard than De'Aaron Fox. Fucking imagine. Like, even if you're being hot takey, like, man,
that's not the one.
Yeah, I think that's over. Yeah, I there is a certain time. I'm guessing they didn't find him.
Oh, bruh, come on, man. What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? Yeah. You change it during the different times of the year.
Oh, I can see it. I think.
Trust me, I had no idea about this until
I ain't climbing up there.
Until we got into a house with ceiling fans, and even then, I didn't know about it. The lady of the house.
Just go for the button in the middle.
The lady of the house said, "Hey, yeah, you need to change that because it's wintertime." I said, "What? What?" She said, "Yeah, you need to change that."
Boy, there's a lot happening here in the first 17 minutes of the show. I'm gonna be honest. Fan goes in the winter. Push heat down. Kind of. I can't handle all of this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm positive that's the. Yeah, I can see the switch.
Never knew it was there, huh?
Right by the light.
Never knew either.
How much time we have?
That's a good point, Pragmatic. Yeah, make sure we stop the fan first before you.
See, that's what I was just wondering. Could I change it without stopping it? That'd be a good YouTube video.
That'd be a
in case he turned into Jackass.
That'd be a hardcore match.
No, it's below. I think I could do it. It's right below. And I wonder, like, is it? Oh man, I gotta.
Oh yeah.
Get your phone calls. 916-909-1320. It's about to turn into an episode of Jackass any minute.
Mind blown during this commercial break.
I'm telling you, I think my fan just stopped. The hell is going on in my house?
What in the world?
The fan is turning like, hey, bro, it's winter. I'm supposed to be turning in the other direction. Oh man, this has been a really
19 minutes.
Been a lot. Crazy. It's just been too much. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need everybody to chill for a minute. We're gonna get to Kamara. He was at the game in Orlando on Saturday. Here in just a heartbeat. If you want to get on the phone lines, you can 916-909-1320. But before we get there,
you know what time it is, baby. Hey,
I do. I know.
The Kings got the win.
Yeah.
Fox with the game winner. Hey, 40, hit the beat, bro. Yeah. I like this. But you know what? Matter of fact, hold on. I want to do something else. Yeah, we switching that thing up a little bit. Tim's on the track. You already know the vibes. You know how we doing it out here. Kings get the dub. You know what it is. Yeah. I didn't travel around Sac. Notice I said Sac and not Sac Town. Little cutie named Brandy, I just wanna be down. Why she never answer, used to call on speed dial. Black bottle boys pick up on the first ring now. Wanted to ghost her, but I just didn't know how. Had my heart crazy, the things that I allow. Call her Domantas, cause she treat me so foul. Then we up all night watching The Office somehow. That line there, Miss P say wow. Felt some type of way cause I'm the rich homie now. Like Dame said, put some respect on his name. Fox not Foxy from the logo called Game. Suggs a new addition, ask him can he stand the rain. Paolo was nice, but he just couldn't end it. Couldn't hit the game winner. I see Franz tears while Fox drops the bomb. Reese and Lau saw it all before us. Kamara in the stands, this ain't what they want. Yeah. Stop playing with me. 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 They said I couldn't do it. They said I couldn't switch the beat. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
That was my favorite. But I have to I have to tell you. Not you, not Kenny. I have to tell everyone else. So you might have thought Kenny was pressing buttons as all of that was happening. No. He planned this down to a T, like the gap between the two beats. He didn't reach over and press another button. No. That was
called production. It's called production.
He put some production into this.
It's called production.
And as the chat is roaring, I'll just point out it was my favorite because you didn't sing. You did a little bit there at the beginning.
The singing coming back. Please believe that. The singing coming back. That ain't never going nowhere.
That's game winner bars only.
You just gotta feel it.
Even Kamara got a reference. 916.
Shout out to my guy.
909-1320. Kamara was in the stands in Orlando. Kamara, what's happening, baby?
Opposite to Africa. This is official representation. And you keep saying stop playing with you like your DJ Khaled. Nobody is calling for this.
No, everybody calling for it, man. The streets is calling for it. Come on, I don't know if you outside. That's really what it comes down to, because the streets are calling for it.
Kamara doing a photo shoot right now.
Hey, before we get into it, Damien needs to send me your address. I'm gonna send you a holiday card.
Oh yeah,
you are going to get the blackest Christmas card you've ever gotten. I got one. This dude sent one last year. The whole family. They was Panthers in the 70s, boy. I was like, man, my guy. My man.
Huey Newton says Merry Christmas.
Kamara go hard.
Says Happy Holidays, brother.
Kamara go hard on these Christmas cards, man. I'll text it to you.
For sure.
Most definitely. But yeah, the game, bro. It was actually a couple of things. Number one, Orlando's the real deal. I know the record does not show it, but I mean, Banchero, that dude's gonna be something if he's not already. I mean, it's only a couple weeks in the season, and you see it up close. The way he's able to create with either hand, and he's like 6'10", 6'9", bringing the ball up the court, directing traffic, getting to wherever he wants, like, and has touch in the middle of the paint, like just off the floater. It's just like, I'm like, there's no way this guy is number one a rookie. There's no way this guy is a power forward / center.
He's a problem.
He's a problem.
He is a problem. It's Carmelo reincarnated right here in front of us.
It's something. I don't know if I've seen a player like that. I really don't. I was watching him up close. I'm like, I don't know if I've seen a player like this before. So, that's one thing. As far as like the Kings, I don't know. I texted Damien during the game. I was like, one day they're going to figure out that Franz Wagner starting off on the left wing, driving to his right is his only move. I love Franz, but literally that's literally his only move. It was I sat low and I saw where I was actually around like 6 or 7 other Kings fans, and it was pretty cool. Like throughout the game, first and second quarter we were really quiet, but the third quarter we were all high-fiving each other. But let's get to the moment that everybody was like talking about with social media. Literally when he was calling for the ball and we were like right there, and I looked at the guy who was wearing a Fox jersey and I said, my man's going to pull up. I said, he's not going to the lane. And I said, that my man's going to pull up. And he looked so in control in the entire game. The entire game, not just that moment, but you know, Ken, when you're in the moment and you're balling, like it just seems like the game slowed down.
Yeah,
it didn't look like it was moving too fast for him, and he looked like he was in control. And that's literally, I'm glad you mentioned Matt George earlier in the show. That's literally what we've been looking for the entirety of his career, where it looks like he's been in control, and he's been playing like that all season. But this was seeing up close, especially in that moment. There was no doubt that shot was going to go in.
He knew it. We know that he knew it.
Kamara, did you pop? Did everybody jump up?
Oh yeah, everybody jumped up. It was, and the crowd, like everybody was like hands on their head, like you know that Jordan photo, like you know what I mean, like Jordan photo, Jordan hitting on Byron Russell, and people like because they knew, even the people in the crowd like who were watching, they're like man, he's been killing us all game, like they just knew. So it wasn't no lucky shot. I'm glad that was the game I went to. All this proves that the Kings didn't bring me on the road.
Okay. I'm with that.
That's all it proves, man. But it was lovely, man. And Kenny.
Yes, sir.
No more bars, man.
No, every time.
Appreciate you, Kamara.
Take care, Kamara. Like he's on the stream.
Yeah. Bye, Kamara. They was calling him LeBron in the chat. Someone called him Kamara James.
Kamara James.
Talk about he gonna pull up. He gonna pull. Okay, Kamara James. Oh man, I'm dying.
So when he got the ball from Barnes, he said he gonna pull up. That is crazy. That is crazy to think about it. Like he got the ball with about 4 seconds left, and just kind of casually came up the court when he's the fastest guy on the floor, and it was a tie game. Like you would think, all right, Fox, turn it into overdrive, get up the court, Tyus Edney style in 3-4 seconds to get a good shot off. No, he's jogging it up, knowing once I get a step past half court, I'm pulling.
Yeah,
that's I'm gonna get a step past half court and then I'm pulling.
Yeah, you could tell he never got downhill. Right? He never tried to. And man, that's such a credit to De'Aaron in the moment because he wasn't going to get a call.
Right.
If he had gone downhill and tried to get to the basket, he had to have known I was not going to get a call here.
Right.
There's no chance. We just went over this. Brother shot 21 free throws in the last 5 games. He wouldn't have gotten a call. He knew our best chance to win this game is for me to pull up. You know, he pulled up from pretty steep.
Yeah.
But he knew trying to get downhill and get to the basket was not going to be the answer.
Did we get the official distance on that? I want to say it was
I've seen
38.
I've seen everything from 35 to 37. I don't know. I have no idea.
That was my guess is that was 38.
I saw. Let me. I think the Kings even had like 31. Let me see.
31. The 3-point line is 23, ain't it?
Well, hey, don't get mad at me. So this was sent out from the Kings with tonight's 31-foot game winner. De'Aaron Fox is just the 4th Kings player to connect on a buzzer beater of 30+ feet since play-by-play tracking began during the 96-97 season. Belly did it, Tyreek did it, and Mike Bibby did it in Memphis against Memphis in 05.
Man, they doing it all wrong, man. They should be like, with De'Aaron Fox hitting that shot from 310 feet to win the game. You get some home cooking on that.
Sacramento Kings.
ESPN has him at 32 feet. Both of them are wrong. That was about 38.
Well, what's a floor? 90,
94 by 50. So 94 down, 50 across.
94. Yeah, I don't know that that's 31.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's 31.
Half court off the top of my head is I don't know 45 or something like that, a little more than 45.
Well, yeah, that's I mean I assume half court is just that, half court. So I mean, it's for maybe we're romanticizing this a little bit. It sure felt like
he was in the circle
here. Oh yeah, come on, man, that ain't no.
That's 38. It's 38.
He out there.
It's 38. Wow,
man! This is so much fun to watch again.
So
this never gets old.
So I didn't get.
Ain't no way. That is not 31 feet. There is no way that's 31 feet. And to the NBA, that ain't 32 either.
No, that was ESPN with their wrong selves.
Yeah, that ain't it.
He
shot it from the star. That shot was worth 7 points in a celebrity game. He shot it from the Magic Star. That was
gracious.
That was
a big 3 shot. Should have been worth 4. It wouldn't have mattered if it was worth 31. 1. I'm looking at.
No, there's no way. There's absolutely no way that's 31. And I don't know why we're so hell bent on this. It's absolutely, he's closer to the half court line than he is the 3-point line. Yeah. I think Kevin Huerter hit like 4 31-footers a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, he had a 30-footer in Sac, or the one in Charlotte too. No.
Yeah.
But we didn't get a chance to talk about this though, because I got a story to tell about that. What was your thought about like in the moment? Like what was going through your head in the moment
when he hit the shot?
Mm-hmm. Like the turnover to the dunk to the like. Well,
the turnover barely had time to react to. So this game had me anxious, right? So I stream, so I'm 47 minutes behind. So I was active on Twitter during this game for some reason, and I had the app open. So in one fell swoop, the TV is showing me one thing, and the box score is showing me another.
It ruins everything.
It didn't bother me, but I'm looking at the screen and I glanced down and the Kings are up 2. I'm looking, Kings are up 2, but I look down and the score is tied. I'm like, well, how did that happen? So I'm looking at the screen and the score is tied. So I look up at the TV, I see the steal, and I'm like, oh man, okay. Another overtime, no problem. I'm watching De'Aaron bring it up, and I'm like, oh, he's okay. That was a good look.
Mm-hmm.
And then I popped. Yeah, I jumped up. Yeah.
So the funny thing about it here is I pull back what we always say, the fourth wall or whatever the case may be. Didn't see any of this live. I think you guys might be able to tell by my tweets if I'm watching live or if not, right? Because if that would have happened and I'm watching live, it would have been immediate. But I was at a baby shower.
Why didn't you tweet the baby shower then, Kenny?
Shout out to the little cousin Justin. And I was following along on the game. And for whatever reason, because there was a lot of downtime at the baby shower, for whatever reason, my stream wasn't working. I'll deal with that later. But I was like, I'm trying to watch the game, can't watch the game. So I had to follow along on ESPN's little game cast or whatever, right? Halftime, down 18. I was disgusted. Then I check it as the baby shower goes along. All of a sudden, they like down 5, down 2, up 5, up 10. I'm like, oh, we cooking. So then I see how the regulation ends or whatever, right? And I'm like, all right, at least they got to overtime. That's dope. In overtime, I forgot exactly what the score was, but when Monk hit his 3, it go to 119, 111, I think. Might have been 119, 111 with 50 seconds left. I was like, cool. They got this.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to my guy, Coach Chris. He texted me, and I was driving. I didn't get a chance to see the text. I just saw that he texted me, and I knew it had to be about the Kings game. So I was like, the first thing I did was I checked the score. I was like, man, they better not have blown this. It was up 119, 111 or whatever, 113, whatever what it was. It's like, they better not have blown this game. Check the score. They win by 3. Cool. Bet. Then I open up Twitter and I see Damian Barling in all caps talk about put some respect on this man's name. I'm like, all right, he balled out. Like he was balled. What the hell happened? And then like the first thing I saw is said he hit a buzzer beater from where?
So the funny,
God.
the great thing about that is I had tweeted respect De'Aaron Fox earlier. I had tweeted that during the game. Like,
I saw that. I saw that
going to have to give this man some respect. Like, look at the way this dude is playing. And then he closes not just, you know, the buzzer beater was the exclamation point on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But that overtime was his.
Yeah.
Him and Malik Monk in that overtime took the Sacramento Kings to a win.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the second, all caps. You're going to have to respect this man.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have said some outlandishly stupid things about this dude in the last year. You have convinced yourself that players on this roster, that guards on this roster are better than him. You have tried to tell people this dude should be traded. All we've ever said about De'Aaron Fox is put a roster around. Let me ask you a question. I know I wrote this into the show somewhere. I don't know where, but I'll just ask you now. Does De'Aaron make people better now?
I believe so.
Let's take a look at something. How many of De'Aaron Fox's former teammates are even in the goddamn league anymore? There are people running around here talking about this guy makes his team better. This guy makes his teammates better. This guy does this. This guy does that. Is Justin Jackson in the league? Is Frank Mason in the league? With all due respect, is Yorgos Papagiannis in the league? Skal Labissiere? Willie freaking Cauley-Stein? Are any of these dudes in the league anymore because they were all De'Aaron Fox's teammates and some of y'all bitched and complained that he didn't make them any better? Well, clearly they didn't get better when they left De'Aaron Fox. So now, does De'Aaron Fox make his teammates better?
Hey, look, we didn't have to go that far back. Is Justin Holiday and Jeremy Lamb in the league? I think Justin Holiday might be hurt.
I don't think Jeremy Lamb got signed.
That's what I'm saying. I think Justin Holiday might be hurt and he's on somebody's roster. But that's a great point. And I'll never go away from it because I know where it came from. Very critical of De'Aaron Fox at the beginning of the season last year because he was not because he's not good.
But you're critical of his play.
Yeah.
At the time, and which is that's what we do. That's fair.
Yeah, but it was and it simply came from a place, in my opinion, how I'm looking at it, how I came about it, is you're way better than it. 17 points a game and like 5 assists. Nah, bro. That's unacceptable for you. I'm not putting him on this level. I'm just saying, just using an example. Will we accept that from Giannis? Giannis came in and was an average of 17 and 6 rebounds. They'd be like, nah, bro, you better than this. And that's where everything came from De'Aaron. But we were always quick to say, y'all are wilding a little bit too much. Y'all wilding just a little bit too much when you talk about De'Aaron Fox. Oh, Halliburton's better than him. Davion's better than him. Nobody wanted him. All this other stuff. He needs to be the first to go. Through all the whole trading thing and all this other stuff, we was the ones who said a number of different times, this team is broken. They need a bunch of changes. The last change that you would go to is trading De'Aaron Fox. That's the last thing. There are like 7 other moves that you make before you get to the point and say, hey, I think we got to move on from De'Aaron Fox. The guy's balling. I love to see it.
With all due respect to this brother right here, I'm not trying to go at my man, but just as a reference point, Justin Jackson has played for the Sacramento Kings, the Dallas Mavericks, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Texas Legends, the Boston Celtics, the Phoenix Suns, the Texas Legends again, the Boston the Phoenix Suns again, and then the Texas Legends a third time. He was drafted in 2017.
Jeez, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm gonna say this because this happens a lot out here. And there's no.
Apparently he's back on the Celtics. So he went from the Texas Legends back to the Celtics.
And there's no need to act like we have our head in the stand and it doesn't happen. You know, we got a lot of people out there saying Halliburton is a better point guard. Tyrese Halliburton is a phenomenal ball player. He can go. He can absolutely go. The numbers that Tyrese has right now, people were ready to run De'Aaron Fox out of town for last year. Let's just call it what it is. He's playing with a different set of rules. The goalpost is moved way farther back for De'Aaron Fox because the numbers that everybody are going crazy over right now for Tyrese Halliburton, who's playing really well, the numbers that he has right now, people were ready to run De'Aaron Fox out of town for the same numbers. So don't get me started on the whole Halliburton's better. The goalpost is not the same, bro. It's not the same.
It is not. And there's much more to talk about outside of De'Aaron Fox. Unfortunately, there's some ugly points in this game we got to touch on as well. But there's some more. I'm going to talk about Trey Lyles, man. Trey Lyles has had a good little run right here. We got to talk about Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis played really well with one very, very glaring exception. We'll touch on that. We'll give out our Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. There's only one person who could take it away from De'Aaron Fox, and we'll call this the Lifetime Achievement Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar. We'll do that. More Kings Talk. Phone lines open for you as well if you want to chime in. We would love to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Steeler McKay here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did you listen to Drake and 21 Savage at all?
I still haven't listened to you.
That album is cold. No, I actually just got one tweet. It's nowhere near what's going on.
So it's really good. I was just never in the mood for it.
Yeah, it's fire. Jesse, you heard it yet? Oh no, this one go hard. He was in his bag lyrically.
So he's just going at everybody, huh?
So it's funny. He went at a few people, and a couple of the lines were like a double entendre. And
shout out to the person who quoted whatever the line is about Serena's husband being a groupie, and tweeted out pictures of him hugging DeMarcus Cousins and every athlete that he's ever been in contact with. Like, hey, I want to chill, light skin. Like you king NBA groupie. Like, relax.
He started to have some Watch the Throne talk. The way he was talking, it was like, yo,
okay. Wow, I'm with that. Yeah, I want to hear it. I just ain't got there yet.
This. Yeah, I agree, J. Corb. 21 was in his bag too. 21 was spitting fire too. They did their thing on this album. They did their thing. Did you listen? You probably didn't. Did you listen to Coco at all?
Album?
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was out.
Yeah. Coco came out.
No, she dropped it
Friday. I didn't listen to it yet. I wanted to.
Yeah, Foxy. Yeah, I'll make a note of Foxy Saboner. I wouldn't worry about Keegan. I won't worry about him at all.
Hey, you know what's funny, ironic, interesting? I don't know how this happened or whatever. So Friday, what happened? We had basketball practice and some other things were going on. And we get home. I think basketball was done. I don't think there was any basketball games on. We were trying to find something to watch on TV. Guess what was on? How does this happen right now? Uncle Drew. On TBS. I said, oh my gosh.
I was trying to formulate a way to, it's just not even worth getting into that. That again, some of the stuff that the Nets are doing, I don't agree with. But it's like nothing good can come about of this. So just forget it.
Feels like everybody's wrong in this situation.
Yeah, I think some of this is going a little bit too far.
The like not related at all. I know you can't even talk about him right now, but Uncle Drew. I remember Uncle Drew thinking, that's a good movie. I have very low expectations for it, but it was pretty good. Kyrie did a good job. Chris Webber did a really good job.
I started it. I've never watched the entire thing.
It is what it is. Like it's not gonna make you cry or nothing like that. But it's a lot better than I thought it would be. Chris Webber, actually looking back at it again, he did a really good job in that movie.
Is that what Charlie just sent us?
What? What? Wow.
Bruh. What? Come on, man. Come on. Hang on. I got a job to apply for. Oh, Lord. Oh, see, I got distracted messing with y'all and forgot to turn my fan the other direction.
Oh, see?
Oh, man. Welcome back to D'Lo and Casey. But we've got so much more Kings talk to discuss. James is going to be with the final.
That's crazy.
James is going to be with us the final hour of the show. We'll get ready for Kings Warriors. By the way, it's a 7:00 start tonight. Don't be fooled.
7:30.
No, 7:00 start tonight, like it should be. Every team in the NBA plays tonight because no team in the NBA plays tomorrow. It's their way of hoping without any distractions of sports or games to go to or different things like that.
Great job by them.
People will go vote, and we hope you do the same. Go vote. I know one thing. Come Wednesday, if I'm cussing out the first political call I get, first text message I get telling me to go do this or go do that. Oh, it's gonna be some furniture moving. I'm tired of these calls. You ain't getting these calls?
Yeah. Well, I don't pick up the phone, but how the hell they get my number to text me all the time?
Oh, see, that's the thing. You think you giving your number for one thing when in reality, it's just out there in the universe.
Bro, stop texting me.
Yeah, I mailed my ballot in a week and a half ago. Like, there's nothing you can do at this point to sway my vote. Leave me alone.
Stop texting me. Matter of fact, the more you bother me, the less likely I am to vote for you. Leave me alone. Stop putting this stuff in my mailbox and stop texting me.
Text me one more time and I'm downloading Parler. All right, one more time.
You know who I'm voting for? The person that left me alone the most. That's the person I want in my life.
Oh, man.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Hey, De'Aaron Fox is absolutely deserving of the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. By the way, call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Find out if solar is right for you. Again, the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar. 916-481-7200. But De'Aaron Fox, he can't win this prestigious award today because it goes to our guy.
Yes, sir.
Dusty Baker.
Come on, man. Let me get some air horns from my man, Dusty. World Series Championship manager, Dusty Baker. Let's go, man. I felt so good seeing him accomplish that. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was tremendous. I'm happy for him. I really don't the Astros are a good. They're a good baseball team. They could. I mean, I love Dusty Baker's line. What do you do now that you win one? He's like, go win another one. That's a great line, Dusty. And I was thinking, like, well, what's the reason that the Astros can't just run it back next year?
The Astros have been to 3 World Series in the last 6 years. The ALCS 6 years in a row. I think they're the only team in the history of the American League to do that.
Doesn't feel like the end, though.
No, hell no. The World Series MVP is a rookie. Pena, they just lose Korea, put in Pena in there. They do what they do. Alvarez is a star. That home run he hit to give them the lead. Oh,
man, that was something. That was something.
So they're not going anywhere. And I know I'm in the minority for this, mainly because I know why I'm in the minority. But the reason why I feel this way is because the Astros got raked over the coals, and rightfully so, for the cheating scandal, right? But I always believed, and I wanted to see how they reacted to it, the cheating isn't what made them good, right? Like, that's not what made them champions. And they proved that after the cheating scandal with the way they've played, the way they've continued to win. And call me crazy, call me, a sucker, whatever the case may be for the Astros. But I like that. I like that championship blood, so to speak. I like that heart of a champion to be like, no, we didn't win because of that. We're going to keep winning. And what you going to say now? I was digging that. It also helped, to be honest with you, my feelings towards that with the fact that they had Dusty Baker as manager. If they still had the same manager and everything else, I might not feel the same way. But once Dusty got there, it felt great. Felt great, man. So I was actually one of the rare people outside of Houston that were happy to see the Astros win, because I dig that. I dig them trying to show everybody that they're the real deal, regardless.
They're a great young ball club, man. I'm just happy for Dusty Baker. I don't have the interest in baseball overall, other than clearly knowing that the Astros are good. They've been good for a long time. The only thing that I feel like we got robbed of was after the Astros cheating stuff became public, we went into fanless baseball, which it's probably a joke in there somewhere, but empty arena baseball, where I thought the Astros getting booed in every stadium across the league would have been just amazing television.
Yeah, they died
nonstop great television. But once that ended, once that particular season ended, it was like, all right, it's over. Like, the guys are gone. Like, this doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
And then you brought in the ultimate. You can't root against this guy to manage that team. Right. You brought in the ultimate. Okay, you hate us now, but you can't hate us with Dusty. and at least for the casual fans, like for the diehards and the Astros are your rival, all that, like, that's fine. Yeah. But congratulations to Dusty Baker. Just an incredible accomplishment for the Del Campo native. An accomplishment that you noted on Friday wasn't needed.
No,
this does not solidify his career. His career has been solidified. I'm confident he wanted it. And maybe it solidifies something for him, but his legacy was written in stone before Saturday night.
He's one of the greatest managers of all time. He was that on Friday.
Yeah.
He was one of the greatest managers of all time on Friday. 2 things real quick on Dusty. John Bull talks about Dusty still lives here in the offseason. He's one of us. Routinely in the offseason, you can see Dusty at a Kings game. Like, he's at the Kings games a lot. During the offseason. I'm sure we'll see him there too. The other thing, this was crazy. Oh man, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Let me pull it up real quick. But the All-Star Game MVP, I think it's Jeremy Pena. That's his name. Jeremy Pena. If I'm wrong, you guys forgive me. But All-Star Game MVP, Jeremy Pena, rookie shortstop, taking the place of Carlos Correa. Dusty Baker's first game he ever managed, April 6, 1993, Giants versus Cardinals. The leadoff hitter, Geronimo Pena, Jeremy's dad.
Amazing.
That's crazy.
Amazing. That's
Started
incredible.
his managing career against his dad, and now the son brings him a World Series.
Tremendous. That's awesome. Congratulations to Dusty Baker, and I suppose by default the Houston Astros as well. Congratulations to Mattress Mac.
Oh my gosh! Let me hold it down
for winning.
Let me hold it down.
Hearing how, because he's a big wrestling guy too. So hearing how like he does all of this stuff, because he always places these like outlandish wagers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was big in getting WrestleMania 17 there. And he was a big part of like all of the promotion stuff that they did.
WrestleMania 17. Where was it at?
The Astrodome.
Which one was that? I think
the Austin and The Rock, arguably the greatest. The one where the Austin turned heel at the end when he joined Vince McMahon at the end of it. They tried to turn Austin.
I was kind of out.
They tried to turn Stone Cold Steve Austin a bad guy, like 90 miles from his hometown. Needless to say, it did not work.
I think the last one before I went out for a little bit was 15.
15 was Rock and Austin.
Philly.
It was in Philly.
That was Corporate Rock.
Corporate Rock, yeah. Right before the big baby face turn. Yeah, it was right before that.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know he had.
Oh, he's huge. But like all of this, like he does all of this to like offset these crazy, like if you can participate, like if you buy a piece of furniture from him and you want to participate in this promotion, like I think one of the promotions for this was like if you buy $3,000 worth of furniture and the Astros win the World Series, he'll give you 3 times your money back. And it's all like it's brilliant. It's brilliant marketing. It's almost as brilliant as DeLoandKC.com, where you can get these fantastic hoodies that we're all wearing today. Again, that's DeLoandKC.com. But it's all offset, like insurance is involved. It's really just brilliant marketing for this guy who's called Mattress Mac and has, this furniture store in Houston that everybody knows so well. Partly because it's a successful furniture store, but partly because he's just become a master marketer.
Yeah, some good stuff. That's some good stuff.
And I believe the number was $75 million across multiple betting platforms.
Man, I saw Paul Wall out there in the celebration.
What it do, baby? It's the Iceman, Paul Wall.
Paul Wall, he had about 2 or 3 tracks that went hard to this
day.
Got
him out looking something like a disco ball.
That still tipping and on slow.
Was Paul Wall partying with Mattress Mac?
I don't know. Paul Wall was.
I heard Mattress Mac goes, so don't look crazy at that. Like he out there with 8 Ball and all them dudes. Like he. Mattress Mac goes hard.
I saw Paul Wall outside Minute Maid Park on the video I saw. So they was all outside. So Mattress Mac may got out there. I don't know.
Oh man. You ever interviewed Paul Wall? As a matter of fact, I have. I'm sure I got a pic with Paul Wall somewhere. Dude. Oh, he's a great dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Total chill.
I don't know why I say that surprised, but yeah.
He's good people. You're listening to off the 15 minutes I spent with him. Yeah, great guy.
I had a buddy of mine. Who would be like in clubs or whatever, and he'd come across like say Keisha Cole, for instance, and he'd like give her a head nod, she'd head nod back, and then he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I met Keisha Cole. She hella cool, bro. She hella cool."
Man,
what?
My Keisha Cole story is trash.
Oh,
you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN ESPN 1320 as well. James Ham coming up top of the 3 o'clock hour. He's not making the drive down to San Francisco today, so he's going to join us here coming up.
We didn't talk about it yet with all the excitement that's going on with the Sacramento Kings, but I'm not going to give too much. I'm just going to say stay tuned. We got a little special something going on a little bit later. So
okay.
So stay locked in.
Did everybody get what they need for that?
Everything's going smooth. Everything's going smooth. We just waiting on,
Okay.
All right. We can tap it in. So
all right. So that subtext you've got to stick around for the payoff for. You want to talk about Sabonis?
Yeah, man, we can, because it was a crazy game for him because he played great.
He played great, yeah. With Sabonis should have had 30.
Absolutely.
That's what it boils down to. Sabonis should have been in
overtime. Fox's shot shouldn't have happened.
Everything works out the way it's supposed to.
Everything works out the way it's supposed to. But Domas is like, I tweeted this and I tweeted this and it just kept getting worse. Also, I don't know why the hell I was so active on Saturday on Twitter, but I was really into this game for some reason. He missed 4 field goals. He being Domantas Sabonis, he was 10 of 14. He was 5 of 12 from the free throw line. He missed 4 field goals and 7 free throws. That is insane. That is a trip. And watching the game, because even though, like I said, I didn't watch it live, obviously I went back and watched the game. He was fighting it, man. He was fighting it. And in that situation, I typically like, if somebody, if I'm working with somebody, or I try to remember it myself, like if the free throws, are just kind of messing with you a little bit that day, hey, get to the line. Some people may say like it's a rush job or something like that, but some people may be like, hey, just give me the ball, one dribble, let me put it up in rhythm. Because the more you know about this, you've been around so many athletes. Sometimes in that situation, the more time you take, the more you paralyze yourself, right? And he was doing his job, staying with his routine, and it was just like, you're taking a little too much time. Just get the ball up and get it in some type of rhythm. And he could never really get into a rhythm. Although, to his credit, was it overtime or the fourth quarter? I can't find my notes, but he hit 2, I think, in overtime after all that, because he started off 1 of 9 from the free throw line and finished 5 of 12. So after the 1 of 9 start, he started hitting some towards the end. But yeah, it just seemed like he was just thinking way too much about it.
It was overtime. He hit 3 free throws in overtime.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Let's start with our brother Stan here. Stan, sorry to keep you on hold so long, my man. What's happening?
Oh, hey, guys. Hey, a couple of quick things. First of all, on De'Aaron, I think at this point, this guy is just about unguardable, and so my thought was kind of going back to when Doug Collins used to coach Michael Jordan. When you need a basket, just give Fox the ball and just everybody else get out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's it feels like that, Stan. It feels like he's got that touch right now. And I just think that's the beauty. And I know what point Stan's trying to make there, but I think the beauty of it is you don't have to. It's that type of feeling that if a defense has that feeling about De'Aaron, and he didn't have the best night, but it's, he doesn't have these very often. You got Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Malik Monk stepping up the way that he did in overtime. You've got, so many different things that you can comfortably rely on if and when defenses close out on you.
Yeah, and it's the creation of the team, the creation of the roster is starting to pay dividends for a guy like De'Aaron Fox. It's starting to be just like James Ham predicted, like Monty McNair expected it to be, Mike Brown, all these guys. They have so much shooting around De'Aaron Fox. It's given him one-on-one opportunities, to be able to go to work the way he did on Bol Bol in overtime. Bobo, who played phenomenal, by the way.
Oh my gosh!
But in that overtime, Fox was getting them on switches and just going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that had to do with the fact that he's got shooters around him. Who are you going to leave open? Trey Lyles, the way he was playing? You're going to leave Malik Monk open? You're going to leave Kevin Huerter open? None of that's happening. And I want to say this when we talk about some of the guys as well. Haven't always trusted his minutes, so to speak. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I haven't always trusted his minutes, and the numbers weren't crazy.
Whose minutes?
I thought Metu played really well in his minutes on Saturday.
Okay.
I thought Metu came in, gave them a little bit of a lift, kind of helped with the matchup. I thought he played really well on Saturday. It's not going to show that he was 2 or 3 for 6 points or something like that, but I really
he was impactful.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And in full disclosure, I did when I saw him coming in the game late.
Well, me and you had the same reaction. That came up on my GameCast. I said, "What?"
Yeah, I was confused. But it you know, this is why Mike Brown is significantly better at his job than we are. He knew he knew he could get a spark from Trubisky Metu. When we mentioned or we alluded to it, we didn't really talk about it. Trey Lyles has done a really good job in his role, especially with, you know, Keegan seemingly, you know, struggling a little bit over the last couple of games, and Harrison just struggling. Trey Lyles has been really solid.
He has. And this is the thing. These are the things, excuse me, that I saw from Trey Lyles last year that really had me saying, like, I kind of like the way he plays.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you could, what at least feels like an upgrade at the 4 spot, that was the objective over the offseason. A lot of people believe they did that with Keegan Murray. I believe they did that with Keegan Murray, at the very least, eventually. But I was like, yo, this guy, Trey Lyles, he still needs a spot in this rotation. I really like the way he plays. It's solid. It's not anything spectacular, but it's reliable a lot of the times, right? He can stretch the floor, obviously, with the 3-point shot. He rebounds a little better than you probably expect him to. And he understands the game. He understands how to play the game. So I like that he's getting an opportunity, and I like the way he's playing, obviously.
916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Tyler. Tyler, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's good, guys?
What up, Tyler? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just wanted to touch on Keegan as well. I think that he's calm, collected, and he's going to hit the shots here coming. Every time he shoots it, I just have that feeling that it's going in, you know, especially when he's set, like KC says. And a couple other things I wanted to touch on real quick. I wanted to thank you, KC, D-Lo, and Jesse for all the honest and real conversations that you guys go over. We all can make a difference in our households, in our communities. Don't condone any racism anytime, any place. And last thing I wanted to touch on is you guys touched on it a second ago, but go out and vote, guys.
Yeah.
This is our system in place. It's the only way we can make a difference. So get out there and hit the polls up. You still can register. Go to registertovote.ca.gov, get some info. But yeah, guys, you guys are doing a fabulous job. Keep it up.
Appreciate
love,
you.
man.
Good stuff, Tyler. Yeah, good stuff. I'm not the slightest bit concerned about Keegan Murray at all.
No, I'm not either.
He brought up Keegan. I'm not even slightly worried about it.
No, I'm not either. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. That's what it is. The biggest thing about it, really, to be honest with you, is, and I'm all for this, I love this, is we're in the business of winning basketball games right now. And some nights that's going to mean we can't go through the ups and downs. We can't let you, sometimes we can't let you work through it. All right. If you're not in a space where you can perform, we'll work on that later. Right now, I'm going to have Trey Lyles in there.
Yeah, and hopefully there aren't a lot of games where the team is down 20, then up 10, and then finding itself hitting a buzzer beater in overtime. As thrilling as it was to take a 40,000 foot view of this thing, or whatever that expression is, yeah, that game went almost exactly like we predicted. With the exception of Jalen Suggs playing the way that he did, that game went almost exactly like our biggest fear from the Orlando Magic was manifested in that game on Saturday. And credit to Mike Brown and finding guys like Chimezie Metu and Trey Lyles, and recognizing, things weren't necessarily clicking for Keegan, and Richaun just was not working at all against this group. Recognizing all of that and finding a way to go out there and get that win. A greater concern is, man, the book is out there on the Kings. Work inside.
Yeah. And I mean, even more so with this Magic team. I mean, because they have so much size out there on the court pretty much at all times. They're able to really take advantage of that.
Mitch, we'll get to you guys here in just a heartbeat. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk more Kings basketball when we come back. Phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. James Ham coming up in the final hour of the show. A couple of friends popping in here throughout the day as well. LSU beat Bama.
Wow.
Someone tried to warn Cash Caraway.
Well, they didn't need to warn me. I wasn't one of my games.
Oh, Trista Crick. Yeah, I shot Trista Crick a message this morning. We'll come back much more ahead. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Did you give Jesse a heads up as to what may be happening? Or what?
I don't think so. I think I just talked to Jesse. Okay. Yeah, there may be somebody.
Text it to him. Okay.
Yeah, there'll be somebody coming on the stream, Jesse.
You'll want to tweet it out. We'll want to tweet it. So if you could text him something, we'll want to tweet it when
Jeez.
Hang on, guys. We need come back.
Good. Let me go back because I'm.
Man, Mitch. Oh man.
Yeah. Let me make sure I had that correct before I say anything. Yeah. Worst case scenario, it might be on the phone, but everything's pointing towards stream right now.
Oh yeah. No, it was just a cheesy, it's like an old Dusty Rhodes gimmick. It was just a cheesy way of furthering a story with Vince McMahon. And the great part was Vince and Hogan got mad at each other like halfway through and Hogan quit. So Vince just went on TV and fired him. He was like, I know that was Hulk Hogan. He's fired. Like, wait, what? That's the story? Like, no, he really quit. Okay. There is a great segment, though, the Vince McMahon lie detector test. It ages very funny given some of the stories we've read about Vince McMahon lately. But Yeah. It's very funny. Justin's got a good point, guys. Can we hit the thumbs up, man? There have been a lot of folks in here today. Obviously, we're grateful, but if you could hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons, that would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
Sometimes I really do. Sometimes I get annoyed with the fact that the defenses are so bad.
Oh, it was trash. Yeah, it was trash.
Yeah, with them. I'd like to see Michigan or Ohio State, but nobody else is messing with them.
Georgia?
Yeah. Nobody messing with them.
That was a hell of a game yesterday. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I was locked into that one.
The finishes all around were really good.
Yeah, that 1 o'clock, there were like 3 games that were 17-17 in the final, handful of minutes or whatever.
Yeah. Did you see? I tweeted it out. It's kind of funny. Did you see Michael Irvin and Ray Clark?
No.
On first take. Oh my gosh, they were just shooting a music video on first take, basically. It's kind of funny. It was a lot of yelling and I don't even know what they were saying half the time, but it was. I like the playmaker. I like he is.
Oh yeah, me too.
He's who he is. You know what I mean? All the time.
Yeah, he is not a gimmick.
Justin, absolutely not. I don't think there's any scenario where it happens now. Outside of everybody else getting 2 losses.
Lisa Salters, 56.
Hey, Lisa.
Fly as hell. She still fly. So fly.
What you know about that, man? You don't know about that.
I can't even. Who's that? Baby Bash? What is that?
Oh, well, that one. I was thinking of Slim. So fly. Feels like I'm taking.
Oh.
So high.
Live on the Odyssey app, indeed. Live on 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 for all those with the HD2 radios. I all of a sudden there's HD2 radios all over the building, the Odyssey / ESPN 1320 building.
So
there's Odyssey, there's HD radios everywhere, so the Christmas station can get played.
Well, it's that time of year. It's that time of year.
I suppose that it is. It's November 7th.
Just don't come around here.
It's that's right. Keep your busted ass Christmas music off our HD station.
I gotta say too, the Christmas music hasn't been getting a lot of love here. It's been getting turned down everywhere.
Oh, of course it has. Nobody want to hear that.
It's way too early. Yeah, no one wants to hear your Christmas music.
It's November 7th. These things were installed last week. It's like, why don't y'all go ahead and put on D-Lo and KC? Why don't you put on 98.5? What are we doing?
Yeah, no, man, we ain't doing that. There was 2 things. We were talking about the games yesterday, right? With the 1 o'clock games or the 10 o'clock game, and that 12 o'clock hour got crazy.
Yeah.
Was it just me? I know they usually say this is like July 20th or June 20th or something like that. Was it just me, or was yesterday the longest day ever? It was forever. The clocks got pushed back. I woke up. It was 8:30 or so. I wasn't tired. Like, I was fine. I got a good night's sleep. Took forever to get to 10 o'clock for the games to start. Games playing, whatever the case may be. 1 o'clock games are over. Whew. It's got to be about 7:30. It's only 5 o'clock. the Chiefs Titans is on. Whew, running a little late. It's probably 9:30. No, it's 8:20. Longest day ever yesterday. Guess it was just me.
It didn't bother me. I mean, Tyler said, morning, afternoon took forever. It didn't bother me a bit. I was chilling. Don't mind me.
That was the longest day of all time.
Okay. Confirmed. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Rich?
What's going on, guys? Happy Kings Monday.
What's going on, Rich? Happy Kings Victory Monday.
Absolutely, man. I was on my couch in the man cave, going nuts, losing my mind. Came up off the couch, spilled half a beer on my new D-Lo and KC shirt.
Oh, man.
But that's not why I'm calling today. I'll get it cleaned up for Wednesday. I'm going to work the game Wednesday night. So anyway, we're going to be in these close games. It seems like we got a better team this year. We're doing better. But we need to learn how to act towards the end of these games. Mm-hmm. I've never seen anything like it. It's like my 7th and 8th graders that I coach. We don't know how to take the ball and bounce after a made basket. We don't know how to stop, turn, triple threat, maybe rip through, look up a court. We grab the ball and start dribbling towards the corner. And that happened a couple times. And I'm hoping that's something that Coach Mike works on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they appreciate you, Rich. And thanks for the love with DLoandKC.com over there. Good. Yeah, there are some moments there that got away from them in overtime, and I think part of it was they got up. And when you're in overtime, once you're up by legitimately, you're up by like 5. You're up to it's a two possession game. You think you just get through this.
Yeah,
just run out the clock. There aren't that many baskets left to be had, right. And I think sometimes that works as a detriment rather than let's just go play ball. Let's finish this game out strong.
My guy, Malik Monk, who played phenomenal on Saturday. Tough turnover there at the end. To be honest with you, this is a little nitpicky for me, but this is just
pushed. Whatever that's worth. He was pushed.
He was absolutely pushed. He was fouled. And I'm not getting on this guy in any type of way. Like, it was a tough play. But Trey Lyles, I would want you to catch that ball. It was a little behind you or whatever, a little high.
Oh, that was tough.
That's tough, but that's just the way. That's the way I go about things, right? Like me personally, I'll interject. The way I go about it. I get my hand on it. I got to bring that in. So that was tough to see, but more than anything, I say Malik. You got to take care of the basketball a little bit there, even if you were fouled.
Yeah, he was just going in a different direction. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, if you get in a situation like that, is the idea, how much time is left when he turns the ball over?
Probably like 7 seconds.
About 7 seconds?
Oh.
It's probably not. I was going to say, could you just chuck the ball down to the other side of the court? He probably thought he could hit Trey Lyles in that situation.
I mean, that's the while I'm sitting here and we're all sitting here, I'm like, just throw it down the court or fall out of bounds because at least you'll have an opportunity to defend. But in the moment, you see a guy right there, you're trying not to turn the ball over at all. So you try to hit him, and pass was a little hot, behind him. It's a turnover. So like I said, in a perfect world, either fall out of bounds or just throw it down the court a little bit. But I mean, there's a lot going on in that moment.
Is Rich there? I mean, we talked to Rich. Is Mitch there, Jesse? I can't remember. Oh, okay. Hey, hi. Sorry, Mitch. I got this text thread that says Mitch is on the phone. Nope, Mitch is gone. Mitch is on the phone. Nope, Mitch is gone. I couldn't remember where we left this.
Well, I tell you, we're trying to schedule an appointment with the doctors. I think my other hip is going.
Oh no!
I might just do the middle. I know it's unbelievable, but I'm old. I'm an old guy.
You look young though, Mitch.
Today, I'm gonna call you twice a day just for spite, because you guys are radio stars, DJ stars, video stars, and you're in good condition, so you don't have to worry about physical doing your job, and you do it well. Keep it up.
Thank you, Mitch.
I did think I was losing my voice a week ago, Mitch. Just to we aren't absolved of all harm. I thought my voice was leaving me.
Yeah, it never will. Never.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch. Okay. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, buddy.
What about Fox is great. I wish he could shoot just as well as Curry, but maybe down the road. Metu, I like his game. And you were talking about base before. I'll get back to college football in a minute, if you permit me. Remember, Dusty Baker was a Dodger. And in my book, Houston Nationals only have one championship. I'm sorry. I'm glad they got it yesterday. Or the other day.
They got two. They beat the Dodgers.
Caleb Williams is going to win the Heisman.
He might. He was on the way again on Saturday night against Cal. Close for my liking if I was a USC fan, but he's a beast. He's a beast. And with everything that happened, the door is open for SC to get in. I'll tell you like this right now.
Oh,
I'll tell you like this.
SC over Oregon?
Well, yeah, the door is open for both of them, but SC, they're going to play each other.
Wait,
I'm going to assume SC.
How many losses does the USC have?
One.
Ah,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Two.
No, they got one.
Yeah, it's open.
And they got UCLA and Oregon on the schedule. I'll tell you this right now. Maybe this is a little hot takey. TCU ain't getting in.
Oh, TCU, that's not hot takey. TCU's not getting in.
They can go undefeated.
They're not getting in. No.
They'll get a little.
But there's a problem though.
But that's about it.
There's a bigger problem. They'll get the Rose Bowl or something. I don't know. Yeah, they'll get some nonsense.
Yeah, because both of the Big Ten teams will be in the college football.
So what happened with Clemson getting just ass whooped by Notre Dame and Alabama essentially being eliminated, is it's created a couple of interesting scenarios. Tennessee probably doesn't have another chance to get in. But the ACC champion is going to have one loss.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we feel the same way about the ACC. But if you've had Clemson in these rankings for the last however many years, where will they go a one-loss ACC team, a one-loss ACC champion over a one-loss Pac-12 champion? And then the unique situation of what if Ohio State and Michigan is a fight? What if it's a 10-round fist fight?
Yeah.
If Ohio State beats Michigan, and it's
I don't know why we couldn't do it the other way around, but okay.
I picked Ohio State because they're ranked higher. But let's flip flop it. It's fine if Michigan beats Ohio State, because Michigan's going to be at worst 4 this week, maybe 3.
Probably be 3. Yeah.
So I don't know if Georgia's going to be number 1 or if Ohio State's going to be number 1. My guess is it's going to be Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan. So there's a real possibility you have a 2 versus 3 or even a 1 versus a 3.
Mm-hmm.
You say we could go Michigan beating Ohio State by 2, by 3, by 1.
Mm-hmm.
How do you walk away from that going, wait a minute, Ohio State has been in this conversation the entire year.
Yeah.
They just lost to a team that we ranked as 3 that's undefeated. Are we sure we're going to put Clemson back in here?
You don't.
We ain't putting Syracuse in here. Are we sure we're putting Oregon or USC in here over a one-loss Big Ten team?
Well, that's the question. The question is really Oregon or USC over Clemson. Because I'll tell you right now, if the only loss between Michigan and Ohio State is that one game between them, they're both getting in the playoffs.
I don't think it's that clear, though.
There's nobody else, though.
They didn't. No, but you have,
because that's only 3 teams.
You would have
so
you would have Georgia. You would have Georgia, the Big Ten winner.
Ohio State, Michigan, and then the discussion is Clemson.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah.
And when are they going to 8 or 12 or whatever? It's 2 years from now.
It's a while away. Yeah, it's still a while away. I don't even. Was that ever made official?
I think it was made official.
I feel like they brought it up and then they're like, all right, bye. Y'all stop talking about it. We did it.
I think it was official. But the thing that
I think it's a few years away, though. I still think it's a few years away.
The thing that a one loss, say, I'll just use SC. Because honestly, I think if it's like a one loss Oregon versus one loss Clemson, they'll put Clemson in. If it's a one loss SC versus a one-loss Clemson, they'll put SC in. And the thing is, if SC has one loss, and that one loss was a 1-point loss to Utah in Utah, I think that'll be comparing that to Clemson getting slapped around by unranked Notre Dame. I think that'll catapult him on.
And that's the other thing, man. They got beat bad.
They got beat down. He out there pulling DJ out. What is this guy doing? The panic in I'm drawing a blank on
Dabo. Some guys ain't made for this. Some guys ain't made for this.
Panic.
The original vote when it was announced that the expansion would happen in September, it said 2026. As recently as 2 weeks ago, it said they're undecided on when the playoff will expand to 12, but they're encouraged that it could happen as soon as 2024. So we have nothing. It appears to either be 2024 or 2026, and I guess everyone just collectively said "FU 2025" because that doesn't seem to be an option anywhere. So 2024 or 2026 right now.
Par for the course for the NCAA. It's just not. We don't know.
But I don't think this is the NCAA. This is the College Football Playoff Committee. I don't think that's the same thing.
I'll just blame them anyway.
The College Football Playoff Committee is damn near as bad as the NCAA. Let's not get it twisted. They're damn near as bad as the NCAA is. But fun weekend in college football. LSU beat Bama. That was fun. Brian Kelly and his family. They
Brian Kelly. I'm getting a little emotional right now.
Yeah, he what'd you think of that? Went for 2 in overtime.
I thought it was a good call.
I thought it was a great call. Let's get this over with. We ain't doing this all night.
Right.
Let's get this over with. We ain't doing this all night.
It work, so it's easy to say that, but I thought that was the time. You had Bama on the ropes, and you went for the finish. So thought it was a good call. Great call. Exciting game. I honestly missed it all because I was at a place where only the baseball game was on. So I was locked into that, but I was like, man, LSU ended up getting them.
Yeah, it was a fun sports weekend. I thought the games were great yesterday. We'll dive into some week 9 notes here as we roll along. The Sacramento Kings, as much fun as the win was on Saturday, they'll close out this road trip tonight in San Francisco and take on the Golden State Warriors. Warriors, they one of only 2 one of only 2 teams who didn't outscore the Kings in the paint this year. Difference, of course, was they shot like 40-something% from 3 and shot, I think, 97 free throws.
Yeah.
Might have been 96.
These guys, they were hitting De'Aaron Fox threes regularly.
Oh,
that game.
All day.
Just hitting everywhere.
Well, Steph just went.
Andrew Wiggins turned into Dale Ellis. They're sitting everything.
Yeah, Steph went absolutely nuts in that game. They've lost 5 straight.
5 straight, have not won a game on the road. Obviously, this one is in Golden State, but 0 for 6 in their first 6 games on the road. Their defense is atrocious. I think the Kings have a really good shot tonight. Really good shot. One of the things that we talked about, I think it was the other day. I don't know who or what we were talking to, but sometimes the schedule is about when you play teams, not who you play, right? And catching them at a certain time. And the Warriors are a combination of not interested / disjointed right now. And I think this is a good time to play him. Now, maybe tonight specifically may fly in the face of that because none of the starters or a lot of the starters didn't play on Friday when they lost to the Pelicans, giving them another day rest, another loss, which is going to have that team like angry. They're going to be coming back home. All right, let's get things together. They're absolutely going to be looking at at the Kings is, all right, let's get right. Let's get ourselves together here tonight. Sacramento's in town. But I don't know, man. I feel like the Kings might have a little something for
them. Okay. I hope you're right. I hope they watch that film, because the concern that we had about Orlando coming to fruition on Saturday, it's exactly the opposite tonight. Their bigs aren't playing great. Their bench is a disaster. The Warriors bench is a disaster. And what they were beaten by last time was the three.
Yep.
The three and free throws is what they were beaten by last time. And well, if you can't guard inside, I hope you can guard outside. we saw your ability to get. How many points did Orlando have in the paint in that game? 78.
Wow.
78 to 60.
And man, they couldn't throw it into the ocean from beyond the arc. What were they, like 4 of 23? 4 of 23 from beyond the arc. So, you know, I don't expect the Warriors to go 4 of 23 from beyond the arc at all. But the thing that I think about, though, is the Warriors, they're just not defending right now whatsoever. Like you mentioned, that bench is a mess. Yeah, they got a lot going on. Maybe they took the last 3 or 4 days to get their minds right and they'll come out ready to play. But if the Kings are solid with what they do as far as taking care of the basketball, solid in the way that they play defense, I think they got a great shot tonight. Great shot.
Okay. You're really confident.
I didn't say they would win. I said they got a great shot.
You said, a great shot. That kind of feels confident. No.
Hey, I feel confident in it's going to be a game. Like, I agree for the most part with what a lot of people say, like, that wasn't a 5-point game when they played. Like, I get that. It was more like a 20-point game. I don't think tonight's going to be a 20-point game.
I'm with you there.
It's going to be a real contest with an opportunity to win.
Is San Francisco close enough to home to make this not feel like that last game of the road trip, man? Everybody just wants to get home, and you always come up with these excuses why someone gets their butt kicked. Yeah. Is San Francisco close enough to home to where it's like, it's a road game, but
well, I mean, hey, you're back.
Our friends and family are here at this point.
You're back home in the Bay Area, so
what are you doing? What are you doing? You're gonna get us jumped in these streets, man. Don't do that.
Y'all know how I feel about that. The little Bay Area people always get so upset about that. Like, we want to be part of the Bay Area. No, we don't. We're fine where we're at. We're good. Hey, I went and saw the Beam on Saturday night. I had Reese in the car with me. Let's go see the Beam. See if we can see it. It was kind of
the Victory Beam. I was like, what? I ain't heard of this movie. What movie's that? Oh, the Victory Beam. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, we were kind of on that side of. We weren't downtown, but we were in like the pocket area. So, a few exits up. Let's go see the Beam. Saw it. Pretty cool. It was a little overcast, so we had to get closer than you probably typically would have to see it. But
yeah,
it's a good look. I like it.
Okay. Fellow says, y'all know Sacktown is a part of San Fran. That's a great text. That's a great text that'll make everybody hate you. Like, literally everyone will hate you from that text.
I'm still getting like randomly people like liking that tweet. The hell?
It lives out there. It really, I mean, it's Pac but they didn't even listen to Pac. From Oakland to Sacktown, the Bay Area, and back down. Clearly, they're all different places.
Yeah, and clearly, like I stated in the tweet, Tupac's not from Sacramento. So yes,
Tupac ain't even from California.
He probably will say Sacktown.
Tupac got out of prison, started screaming West Side, and y'all were like, yeah, West Side, Pac.
Your license plate says Baltimore.
What? We got that.
Your driver's license says Baltimore, sir. What are we talking about?
Like, what dude from California rocked fatigues the way that Pac did? Like, no one.
We have both been outside of the state or the city. You know, a lot of people have gone traveling. Say we're back east or whatever. Have we ever once at the end of the trip talking to whoever was, yeah, man, time to go back to Sacktown?
Never. That's a sentence I have never uttered. Absolutely never.
Hey, you know, oh, you're from California? Cool. Well, where you at in California? I'm from Sacktown. No.
Bro, did you? Okay. Quick yes or no, because we'll elaborate on all of this stuff as we move along. Did you see the clip of Anthony Edwards?
In the game?
Yes. Okay. Clearly you did. We'll get to that. And I know you did. I know you saw LeBron James just telling whoppers worth of lies again. We'll get into all of that. I got a couple of week 9 overreactions. Hey, Raider fans, look, man, we waited like 2 hours. Y'all gonna have to take your medicine.
Hope y'all didn't watch Sports Extra.
Y'all gonna have to take your medicine on this one. We'll talk football week 9 in the NFL season, and of course, we'll get back to the Kings. We got the call of the game, or is it a little too?
Call of the game is right here. It's ready to go.
Okay, we're not gonna have you called to win nothing, because if it's anything but, we're out. We're trying to outthink the room a little bit. James Ham joins us in the final hour, plus some other things we want to talk about as well. And that's a hell of a tease. I know that's what you're going to stick around. It's not James Ham. It's not week 9. It's that other stuff of, yeah, we got some other things we got to talk about. That's I'm a brilliant radio guy. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Jeff Saturday, first career win.
He was just on first take. How does this happen? Hey, Sean, shout out Sean. Sean know what time it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Call her Domas because she treat me so foul. What? What? I got my bag. I got my bag right there. I got my bag. And then I said, I got me feeling some type of way because I'm the rich homie now. Oh, I got my bag. I got my bag.
It took an hour and 20 minutes for him to get to this part.
Got me feeling some type of way because I'm the rich homie now.
Yes. Hang on.
We're gonna be right back.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Hey, I'm watching this game. College basketball kicks off today, and it's James Madison versus Valley Forge with 2:15 to go in the first half. James Madison 60, Valley Forge 8.
Okay. Facts.
That's phenomenal knowledge by you, John. Phenomenal knowledge. I don't know. I don't think they play today. I'll definitely be watching them. They are whack, I think. Yeah, they're in the whack. Well, no, see shots. They are in the whack conference.
Oh man.
Real talk.
That's a great line.
No.
Yeah.
It's not something you could really see, like, unless you're going there. Like, it doesn't. You can't see it from either freeway. You definitely can't see it from the. UOP. I was gonna go there.
Oh, that's not true, man. Don't do that. I just praised Tupac like a week ago.
Yeah.
Love Pac. That dude still, all these years later, you could just see that dude as a star.
Superstar.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's a good call, Pragmatic Pessimist. We actually haven't.
What a game. What a win.
Yeah. Yeah. Again.
I was listening to
basketball starts tonight.
Aquemini over the weekend. Those guys, man. Jesus. There's a reason they're my favorite group. Yeah. Old school plays and new school fools. I don't even know why I'm still watching this.
Good call from our man, Pragmatic Pessimist on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Hey, we talk about Sac State football yet?
Come on, man. Let me get hold on. We definitely got to get some air horns for what should be the number one team in the nation, the Sac State Hornets. Stingers up, baby. Big time win going to Weber State, handling business. Those are my boys.
That's number 5. Weber State.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was number 5.
I don't know how they're not number one in the nation right now.
I don't know how many ranked teams they got to beat.
Yeah, they've beaten a undefeated in their conference Idaho team. They beaten Montana was like number 7. Weber State was number 5. Yep. Like what y'all need them to do?
Mm-hmm. Man, what a ball game that was too.
Yeah.
33-30. Sac State wins again. 9-0. Never lost.
They got a game this week that they should take care of on the road. I think it's Portland State. And then the Causeway.
Yeah.
Two Saturdays from now.
Yeah. And speaking of Sac State, man, good luck to our guy, the coach, David Patrick and the Sac State Hornets. Their season gets underway tonight.
I'll be tapped in
at UCLA. Oh yeah, Pac-12 Network.
We're going to the loft for this one. Kings and Sac State. We double screening it today, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go.
It's big time. It's big time, man. I'm excited for that. Coach David Patrick will be with us tomorrow, as he is each and every Tuesday. So good luck to our Sac State Hornets men's basketball team. Let's get to our brother Ramsey here. Ramsey, what's going on, man?
Not too much. Getting ready to pass UC Davis right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Hashtag Ramsey driving watch.
Heading down to Chase Center for the second time this year.
Okay. Yeah. The first time was the first Kings game?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully this will be a better result than that, even though, like I said, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago when they played, the Kings should have won that game. And with Draymond talking about, I don't have to get up for games like this. Okay, Draymond, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
We'll see. You want to say you don't want to get up for games like this. If the Kings win, you going to say that next?
There you go.
I think it's going to be a good game tonight. I think we got a game tonight.
I love that Ramsey leans into the bit too. That's my favorite part about Ramsey is Ramsey leans right into the bit. Like Ramsey's like a day 1, hour 1 D'Lo and Casey guy, and he leans into he leans into all of it.
The other day he was like driving past Lowe's right now.
Ramsey is always in the car. Like I don't think Ramsey has a home. Like I don't. He just stays in the car.
You got to throw in the as we speak too, though.
Oh, that's facts.
As we speak. Ramsey day one though. I think he was the first like chatty house message ever.
Nah, Ramsey's that dude, man.
He was. I feel like he was the first caller too. Him or Big Al. Ain't that God, man? Big Al.
Big Al,
if
where
you're
you at,
out
Big
there,
Al? Where
if
you at,
hear
man?
this message,
Come on, man.
where, man, call us. Just 916-909-1320. By the way, we know Big Al's okay because he's emailed our human resources lady. We know he's okay. He just he hasn't been able to contact
Big
us.
Al. Come on, man.
Since we changed the number.
There, real quick, because I got a reason why Big Al might not be here. But Ramsey, I was thinking about it. Ramsey, I may have missed more days of this show than Ramsey.
Oh, I absolutely have no doubt. I don't know that Ramsey's missed a show. Like if we did a stream and Ramsey's text wasn't there at the beginning, I'd be legitimately concerned.
Yeah.
Has Ramsey missed more days than me, or have I missed more? Because that's the real one right there.
I think honestly, because you don't miss a day. I think Ramsey might have got him.
Jesse's missed like 2 days. I remember them vividly. I don't think Ramsey has missed any.
I don't think so either. It's crazy.
Because I would notice, like Ramsey, like as soon as the stream goes live, Ramsey's right there. Even before I'm here. Like Ramsey, stream's there. I ain't nobody even here yet. Ramsey right there. Ramsey right there. But yeah.
It's Big Al. The reason why we may not have heard from him is because the Lakers stink.
Oh, that's terrible, bro.
And it's getting worse. I think a bunch of guys aren't playing tonight. And now people talking about trading Anthony Davis.
Well, if they would have listened to us during the offseason.
They did say it. Matter of fact, I think I said it last offseason. I think we both said it last offseason.
Now you want to wait till his value is down. Man, boy, there is a lot of basketball games tonight. Yeah. Holy crap. 15? The whole league plays tonight. Yeah. 15, the entire league plays tonight. Who do the Lakers even play?
Jazz. Jazz won again last night in LA.
They did. I got an interesting text message this morning.
Okay.
If the Kings had done the deal with, hold on, let me find it. Where is it? It's in the group thread with Kamara and Io. But
shout out Kamara, shout out Io.
Yeah, it was, someone asked me if the Kings made the same trade that Utah made with Cleveland, would the Kings be succeeding like Utah? So the trade would be Fox for everything that the Cavs gave up.
So you'd be talking about you get Sexton, marketing. Those are the only players. Who they get?
What's the kid's name? Abagi?
Oh, they did get Abagi, yeah.
And then, you know, the picks are irrelevant, but I mean, Markin is playing incredible.
Yep.
I like Colin Sexton.
Yep.
But obviously that's not the idea. The idea is elevating. I'm elevating Davion in that. What do you think that means? Like right now, today, what do you think that would mean if Sacramento had done that? Or probably more specifically, if Utah had done that?
I mean, there's a possibility they would have played the same way. I mean, there's some different factors, right? Like, because, you know, does Mike Brown coach the same way as Will Hardy is coaching, and does that work out? So there's different factors. I wouldn't. What are the Jazz? 8-2, 8-3, or something like that?
Yeah, 8-3.
Yeah, I wouldn't for sure say it'd be the same way. But those guys are playing great.
He sent me a projected lineup that I looked at a little bit. Davion, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, Markkanen, and Sabonis. That's your starting lineup.
Davion, say one more time.
Davion, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, Markkanen, and Sabonis.
See, that's the wrong starting lineup. I had Sexton starting over Davion.
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, and that's no shade to nobody.
I honestly, my
Sexton is starting over.
My answer to that was like, it's really interesting because Markkanen is playing great. I don't think the Kings would be in too much of a different spot, and I think when you get later in the season, you would rather have De'Aaron Fox than that group of players.
I agree too.
I thought it was an interesting question, but
yeah.
I think right now is whatever. I think the Kings are going to be in a far greater position late in the season because De'Aaron Fox is on this team.
I think so too. And read that starting lineup one more time. I'm sorry.
Davion,
Herder,
Keegan
at the 3,
Marketing and
four,
Sabonis, Sexton, Barnes, Monk, Abaji off the bench.
That's a good team, though. That's a good team. I'm still not believing. Like I'm not believing in Utah.
Yeah,
they're playing really good. I watched the end of the game yesterday against the Clippers, and it's much like the game that I saw against the Rockets and the one I saw against the Grizzlies. They're playing really well. Like they're well coached. Sexton's playing good. Marketing's playing good. Like Malik Beasley is out there hitting big shots. So they're playing really well. I'm just not ready to say like, yo, yeah, they're locked in. We were all wrong. I'm not there yet.
I'm disappointed I don't get to be at the Golden One Center to watch my Sacramento Kings take on my Cleveland Cavaliers on Wednesday.
You'd be torn.
I would not be torn at all.
It's like me. Well, I'm not torn when they play the Knicks, but the Knicks, those are my boys.
No, it ain't even that serious. I just really like this Cleveland Cavaliers team. And given the fact that they're here one time all year, and it just happens to coincide with a company event that cannot be missed, I'm a little disappointed in that. Let's touch on a couple of things because we're going to get back to the Kings. Obviously, James Ham is going to be with us top of the 3 o'clock hour. You are listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Got the call of the game on the way as well. The Las Vegas Raiders are an embarrassment.
Oh, wow.
They're a terrible they're 2-6. Oof. They're a terrible football team. They were up 17-0 yesterday to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They lost that game. They've been up 17-0 twice. They've been up 20-0 in another game. They've lost all of these games. They've gone scoreless 6 of the last 8 quarters in which they've played football. Scoreless. Team is awful. Awful.
Oh, I was watching that from afar, just the score. And, I see them up, I think it was 14-0, or I forgot what the score was, but they were up handily. Saw it get to 17. I was like, all right, cool. Like Raiders doing what they got to do to keep their season alive. And all of a sudden I come back an hour and a half later, they're down 24-20.
Terrible.
I said, what?
Just terrible.
And something jumped out to me yesterday when there was a tweet from Vic Tafer or whoever, and they had a quote from Josh McDaniels' press conference, and they said Josh McDaniels on losing 3 17-point leads this year, and I said, what? I don't even care what he has to say. The opening to that tweet is nuts.
Yeah.
You've lost 3 17-point leads this year. That's nasty. Nasty. So I tweeted it out yesterday, and Raider fans were all over it. Obviously, it didn't happen. But, I mean, it's his first year. It's his first 8 games. And I wasn't entirely sure that Josh McDaniels wasn't going to get fired on the way home. It was like, because what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's clear. I shouldn't say that because anything could change and things can happen and turn around. Maybe not this season, but maybe next year. But this isn't working. Whatever's going on right now, the combination of the coach, the players, the quarterback, it's not working. So Mark Davis, if he already had a meeting with him after the last loss, the only thing that would be left is I'm gonna need your playbook.
Fire him on the tarmac. They just got the hell. I just can't get over it. And it's not like Tennessee didn't score just like a bunch of points all in a row. Jacksonville, they didn't score a bunch of points all in a row where they just went on this crazy one. They just methodically got themselves back into the game. They got stops. They got scores. They got stops. They got scores. They got stops. They got scores. all the way until the end where the Raiders could do absolutely nothing. And Derek Carr got the nerve to be mad. Got the nerve to go to the sideline screaming and huffing and like, fam, you Derek Carr. Go win a football game. Knock it off.
Well, you know what? The interesting thing about it is Derek Carr does that. I haven't seen the tweets, but I think there was a Raiders reporter who was like, look, man, the tweets or the comments from Davante, without saying it, clearly say, we don't know what the hell this coach is doing. And we don't trust him. We don't believe him. And then I think about what Sarah said on Friday about how this team was really upset that what's my man's name? The coach from last year. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah.
But they really wanted him to get the job.
Bisciotti? What was it? Yeah.
See, anyways, I said Bisciotti, that the Ravens owner?
Yeah, it is. Steve Bisciotti is the Ravens
That's the same thing I thought too.
It was Rich Bisaccia, wasn't it?
Rich Bisaccia, that's what it is. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's clear. I shouldn't say that. To me, it comes off as if Derek Carr is not feeling Josh McDaniels. But here's where I come in. Like it's different than basketball a little bit, but you're also not making the throws. Like there are guys open and you're not hitting. You're throwing behind.
Well, you're only trying to throw to one guy.
Yeah, I thought about you yesterday.
You paid a bunch of other guys too. But you're throwing to the one, and them dudes 100 pro, they probably all checked out. Like, forget it. He's throwing to Davante. What the hell am I going to bust my? They absolutely out there like Anthony Edwards, standing out there with their hands on their hips.
I thought about you yesterday too, because man, I wish I would have bookmarked it or something. But there was, I think Davante said it in the press conference, but he was like, he was upset. Or he questioned why they went away from the pass and went towards the run when the pass had so much success in the first half. I didn't see the game. I got to watch the game film, so I don't know exactly how it played out. But I was like, man, that's what Sarah and Dame always asking for, to get the ball to Josh Jacobs. But did you see the game? Did you watch the game at all? Was it a little more concerted effort to get to the run in the second half?
In the second half? Yeah. There was a little bit where it felt like they were, but like we're talking like a couple of drives,
right?
We're not
the case may be.
Yeah, like they only
17-point lead.
They only ran the ball like 19 times.
That's crazy, bro.
Davante Adams and Josh Jacobs got the same amount of touches. Well, I take that back. I know the stat I saw was Josh Jacobs had 17 rushes. Davante had 17 targets.
It's a lot of targets.
17 targets.
A lot of targets.
Derek Carr threw the ball 36 times. Damn near half of those were to Davante Adams. Again, you paid other guys out there.
Wow.
Let's take a break from this hooping and hollering about the Raiders. These brothers get their cameras all situated. Look at that. Hold on, man. Look at that. Look at that smiling face. Drake, you hide your wives and hide your kids, man. Drake, you's on the screen as we welcome in Andrej Stojackovic. Just committed to Stanford, man. Congratulations on that one. Why was Stanford the right call for you?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I chose Stanford because it was the best basketball and academic decision for me, as well as I believe in Stanford and what they're building there. So I think I can achieve my dreams on and off the court there.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we had this discussion on this show maybe 6 months ago or whatever, and it was like, I got a son, he's 9 years old, and it's like if he could go anywhere in the country and say, or any Pac-12 school, that's what it was, and we were like, maybe go to UCLA and all the perks get there and Oregon get there. And Damian was like, look, Stanford is calling you. You're going to Stanford, period, right? And that's what it is. Like they have the academics, they have the athletics and everything. I mean, was that, you just kind of spoke on it a little bit, but I mean, that had to be something that played into it going there. You being able to possibly get a degree from Stanford, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely hard. Like getting recruited by all the big schools, like the ones that are aesthetically pleasing, was tough to make the decision to go to Stanford because not as many people think, oh, Stanford, not known as a basketball program like the others. But you got to focus up, you got to lock in and invest yourself in a program that's not as aesthetically pleasing, but they will get you to where you want to be.
Yeah.
Andrej Stojackovic with us here on D-Lo and KC, committed to Stanford earlier today. Have you thought about like what the next few years will look like for you in terms of obviously Stanford, Palo Alto, your college life, your course life, all of that, but inevitably the talk of you playing in the National Basketball Association?
Yeah, for sure. That's been a dream of mine since I was a young kid. So if I do get that chance, there's no doubt I'm taking it. But right now I'm just focused on getting to Stanford next year and just doing me.
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the journey that you've been on the last couple of years, because you came on my radar personally a couple of years ago. I think you might have been a freshman at Jesuit, and I saw you got hooked up with the Compton Magic. Shout out to my guy Atobe. I know Atobe from way back, man. And then I saw you last year throughout the season, but when I saw you in that playoff game against Elk Grove, I said, "Oh, this guy got the bag. He's got the bag, man." What part of your game do you feel is the strongest? Is it just overall scoring? Is it your jump shot? Like, what's the best part of your game?
Yeah, I think just getting to my spots, being able to make tough shots, and creating plays for others, I would say is probably the biggest part of my game.
Yeah.
We heard that you were. You can correct us if we're wrong. We heard that you are the best basketball player in your house. Now, maybe someone in your house might be a better shooter.
Listen. As of now, I can proudly claim that I am the best player in my house.
Well, look, let me ask you this: Have you beaten him one-on-one?
Yeah. I think,
okay.
But like the thing is, like he's getting to a point where he doesn't want to play me anymore.
See, there you go. Because
we can still like shoot, like do a shooting contest.
Yeah.
But one-on-one, yeah, he can't move like that.
Because I got a 9-year-old son. I tell him all the time, "You'll never beat me." You know why? Because you're gonna get better than me, but there's gonna be one game where I know it. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I won that one, but I had to scratch that one. That was tough." And then I'll just play him again.
Yeah.
I'll just never play him again after that.
Yeah.
Could be like Andre Johnson, fake a heart attack in the middle of it. Like, oh, I can't play no more. I can't play no more. Andre, you relieved it's over?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. It's been a long process, overwhelming at times, but I'm excited that part of the chapter's over and I can move on.
Yeah, man. It's going to be dope to see you here close to home. Pac-12, we always get to check you out, man. Congratulations on this achievement and this decision, man. This is awesome, man. Really happy for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Yeah, for sure.
Best of luck, man. We'll be locked into you. Tell Drake to put his everybody needs to see Drake you on the stream real quick. Can you?
Yes, sir. Thank you. They want to see you on the stream. They want to see you on the stream.
Come on, man. Yeah, man. They're our guy, man.
Yes. Right on. Andre, congratulations, brother. We're proud of you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right. That's Andrej Stojackovic, the newest Stanford Cardinal right there.
Yeah, man. That's awesome. That is awesome, man. And I told I was talking to Drake on Friday, and I said, "You ain't got to respond to this," but I think he's going to UCLA. And then Texas got some big recruit over the weekend, and I was like, maybe he's going to Texas. And then when I saw he was going to Stanford, I said, this is exactly like what Dame said the other day. If Stanford is named for your college, you're going to Stanford.
Yeah, man. There's man, if life had afforded me that opportunity, like if I had a choice like that, like I just don't know like how you pass it up.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
When you're an athlete the caliber of Andre, from a family like Andre's, there's a lot of things that could go into this discussion, and obviously there's going to be discussions about this young man playing in the NBA sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm. But man, when you got a chance to grab an education like that, It's different, and we talked about this, and we argued over this.
Mm-hmm.
Sports are different at Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
I know this because in many sports are different at Duke.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's different. So when this is huge, I mean, Stanford land a kid like this.
That's major. I think he's top 15 player in the nation off the top of my head. Like he's one of the prize recruits in the nation. I know I just saw, because I follow the IG stuff, Texas rolled out the red carpet in a major. They had KD out there coming back. Like this was a prize recruit, and Stanford was able to get him. That's a big move for them.
17th in the nation. Andrej Stojackovic, and he is staying close to home, man, going to Stanford. Excited to watch that young man's journey continue in the Pac-12. Let's step out. We'll regroup. We'll come back. Big thanks to Drake Yu.
Yeah, man, that's our guy
for helping get that set up. Really cool to have Andrej Stojackovic here on the show. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk about some other things that happened in the NFL. We talked about that Anthony Edwards clip and LeBron James capping again. We've got all that coming up. Plus, we'll get back to the Kings when James Ham joins us. That's all here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh,
Switch back. I'm gonna run out real quick. Oh, I hear Sports Center. No,
no 13th round for me today. I got to echo anyway, but wouldn't have one anyway. Feel bad for the boxer that's in a coma still. That was a terrible story over the weekend. I won't mess with you guys with the echo. That'd be pretty cool if he ended up on the Kings. That would be cool. Can they hear that? No, like you going through the clips. Or is that just you? I hear it. It was just a clip. There was nothing on there. Yeah. Yeah, no. There was nothing but just okay. And now I don't have echo, so I could talk to you guys again. Yeah, he beat the hell out of Zerto. B-Ball is probably fighter of the year, to be honest with you. What a year. His Canelo fight was this year, right? Yeah, it was in the spring. So yeah, he fighter of the year. Either him or Devin. Let me get this text off real quick, guys. Y'all don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm trying to figure this thing out. Hold on, y'all. I know I usually interact with y'all. Just handling a little business right now. Business. It was a long weekend. That Sunday, like I said, that was the longest day of all time. Now they play. I think they play every other day for a while. Huh?
Yeah.
Mikey Williams committed to Memphis. Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what's up.
No.
Nah, I don't think so. Like
my background would look different though. Nah, you wouldn't see nothing but ocean behind me. You'd be like, why does it look like D-Lo's constantly at a place that's 80 degrees outside?
There's gonna be dolphins in his background.
I don't know what the internet is like in Turks and Caicos, but what did they say? I wouldn't quit my job, but there'd be signs. I wouldn't tell anyone I won the Powerball, but there'd be signs. There would be signs.
Nah, I don't think so. When is it? What's the date? Oh yeah, no. It's gonna be lit. It's going to be lit. Dolphin Nation. What do you guys call yourself?
Fantastic.
The Finn Ballers.
Man, Logan Paul was phenomenal on Saturday.
I heard. I missed it, but I heard he was
really good.
I heard himself, but
yeah, he was really good.
I heard it was a hell of a match.
They did a good job. They did a great. Like and I give credit to it was Cole and I don't remember who the announcer was. But they did a great job of telling the story. Like they were a big reason that match worked.
Was it the guy? What's the guy's name that's like engaged to Carmella, at least on the show? Graves?
No, it wasn't Corey Graves. I think he really is engaged to her, but it wasn't Corey Graves. I don't think it was. Whoever it was, it was good. Yeah, he killed it. All right, James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. It's the Kings and the Warriors tonight. Of course, we'll get his thoughts on what we saw at the Amway Center on Saturday as well, when the Sacramento Kings won at the buzzer to beat the Orlando Magic.
Game.
There's a great clip circulating on social media. I'm saying on social media because I'm assuming you weren't watching the Timberwolves play last night. But there's a great clip of Anthony Edwards just standing there.
Why is he doing that?
On offense, like with his hand on his hip, and he's just like moving his head around like he's watching the play. It's I don't know what it means. But
come on.
I love Anthony Edwards, but I also know my brother's got a little bit of maturing that he's got to do.
Yeah.
And it appears he might be frustrated with some things that are going on in Minnesota right now. But if you haven't seen it, you've got to go to your Twitter device and see it. It's incredible.
Yeah, man, I saw that. It just doesn't move.
Sitting there, hands on his hips and everything, like, oh,
just doesn't move.
Brother, what is happening right there? Oh, Don Green is wrong. He said he was acting like Harrison Barnes. Okay. All right, we can do it. We can do it. To be fair, I don't think we've ever seen Harrison Barnes do that. Now, Mr. Green, your point's made, and we'll go there, but not quite like Harrison Barnes. So
start,
go ahead. Go ahead. You hate Harrison Barnes. Let's go. Let's just get it over with.
No, I don't hate Harrison Barnes. I actually love Harrison Barnes. I do. But what I say earlier, I said we're in the winning business right now. And I'm almost getting vibes of like when we talked about Harrison, and then he had, remember he had the 20-point game against Memphis?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of giving me little big league vibes.
Oh, man.
Little big league vibes. If I'm that, yeah, all right. That's what I'm talking about, Harrison. Over a 20 piece. I ain't saying take him out the pasture. I'm just saying, I am saying this though. If he's going to continue to be that way on the offensive end, and they're going to continue to have slow starts.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to try something. Like, why not go to KZ?
Sure.
Who just never plays at all anymore. Went from starting to never playing.
No. Went to top 10 and not mentioned at all.
So your bodyguard's Uchiwalu verse is better than yours.
So to be fair, though, he had 20, but he followed it up with 11, 16, and then 12. But you said you'd be happy if he was 4 of 12 rather than 1 of 1, and he was 4 of 12. He was 4 of 12 twice. Part of the problem is he can't hit a shot worth a damn right now. He's had games of 2 of 10. Well, I guess it's not that bad. 2 of 10, but 4 of 12, 4 of 12, 4 of 10. He's just kind of all over the place. What is he shooting? 38% so far this year. He's shooting 18% from 3. 18. That's a 1 and an 8. He's shooting 18% from 3.
Jeez. And the killer about it for me with Harrison is if he was playing this way on offense, but he was locked down on defense, all right, we'll take that. We want you to get better on the offensive end, but all right, we'll deal with that. Yeah. But that's not the case.
Yeah.
Like, he's not giving a whole lot on the defensive end. Much like at the beginning of the season, he's still in that window, if I'm Coach Mike Brown, where he deserves the opportunity to play out of whatever struggles that he has right now. He's still in that window. But the window's closing for me. Like, he's got to start playing better. He's got to start playing better.
I don't have anything to add to that. I don't disagree at all. 11, 5, and 2. Those are his numbers through 8 games this season. 11, 5, and 2. Which the 5 and the 2 aren't far off of his career averages. Well, I mean, actually, his total rebounds and total assists, those are up. But his field goal percentage is down. His 3-point percentage is in the garbage. And he's back to making 80% of his free throws.
Well, that's good.
You know what Harrison Barnes' full name is?
No.
I don't know if I'm just learning this or if it's just really standing out in this moment.
Which is Barnes?
That's very nice. That was a good guess. Harrison Bryce Jordan Barnes.
Wow. 2 middle names.
And it has his nickname listed as the Black Falcon.
Yep. The Black Falcon.
Oh, HB. Man.
The Black Falcon. So let's just I
hate that it feels like he's non-existent.
Yeah,
that's the part that's killing me.
I was just about to say, I hope it all turns around for Harrison. I think in an ideal world, he's perfect for what you're trying to do out there. It's, the 6'8" wing who could defend, slash, real steady. But he's not playing up to that level right now. So I hope that changes. I hope he does play up to that level. But we got to acknowledge, and we are, but I mean, even the Kings got to acknowledge, like, it's not happening right now. And the other thing is, if it wasn't happening right now, and they were winning, which you could make the argument they are. What have they won? 3 of 4?
Yeah.
They've won 3 of 4. So you can make the argument that they're winning games right now, so you don't mess with it. But it's the 2 starts. The Charlotte start and this one against Orlando. That's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
So, well, yeah, shoot. It's not a question we'll even have an answer to. I mean, I guess you could, try it out in Sacramento. Would KZ Okpala had made a difference against that Orlando Magic lineup? Charlotte, that's a tough one to explain, but would KZ Okpala have made a difference against Orlando? Would Alex Lynn have made a difference? I know Richaun Holmes sure as hell didn't make a difference. Like, they were searching. They were struggling to find a lineup that worked. And it was really Trey Lyles and the decent handful of minutes that you got from Chimezie Metu that really helped them in the second half.
That's another thing. We got to, I said I was giving him time. I was giving him time, but
Go ahead, trash Richaun Holmes. I know that's what you want to do now.
I'm just saying the window's closed, and I need him to play better. The thing about it with Richaun, the thing about it with Richaun is there's nobody really behind him to take that spot. I know a lot of people say Alex Len. I just don't know about Alex Len with a lot of the matchups that they have. But if Metu keeps giving the performance that he gave on Saturday, I mean, maybe he could play his way into the rotation.
I'm just looking at something that I don't think I noticed this. Richaun didn't play a single second in the second half. Like they literally couldn't go back to him. And I was like, man, did Richaun get hurt and I just missed it? Well, I searched Richaun's name on Twitter and there is a plethora from Brandon Nunez. Mostly Brandon Nunez of just horrible defensive stretches from Richaun in that first half, like multiple plays of Richaun struggling defensively in that first half.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is where, maybe maybe someone could say I got my fan hat on when I say this.
Man,
I want this to turn around for those two guys. I like Richaun.
Yeah, of course.
I like Harrison Barnes. I'd much rather the Kings be playing well, and they're a part of it. They're contributing because I just like what they bring to this team. So I really hope it turns around for those guys. But at the same time, this is where I put my professional hat on. I gotta call it like I see it, and it's not looking good right now.
No, it's not. This from Sacktown Baby Giraffe. Tim Maxwell.
Said Halliburton's better than Fox.
Well, there's actual stats on this. This was before the Orlando game. Opponents are shooting 64.5% from the field when guarded by Richaun Holmes. That's an increase of 15.4% over their average. That's the worst mark of any NBA center who's defended at least 30 field goals this year. It's also the fourth worst in the entire NBA.
Dang.
And then right below that is a video montage of Richaun against Charlotte that Brendan Nunez put together, which is just rough. Oh, there's another Brendan Nunez montage against Orlando. Man, it's hard out here for Richaun and Harrison.
It is, man. It is.
I don't know.
Find a way to kind of kick out of this. Sure, those.
Can I say something unpopular? Maybe not fair.
By the way, I like Baby Giraffe too. I was just talking.
Oh yeah, Tim will pick a fight on Twitter, man. That's what he does. Tim, I only know Tim's like Twitter persona. I wouldn't even know how to have a discussion with him, like a human like interaction. I don't even know what it would look like. So I'm sorry to point this out, but there's far more of Richaun's career that is what we're seeing now than what we've seen at other times here in Sacramento. Well, maybe not far more. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe, but there is a history of him just kind of being a secondary role player.
Yeah, rotational big.
Maybe he is who we thought he was. Maybe that's what he is.
We've had 1, 2. I don't know if we can count last year. I was going to say we've had 3 years of him being, better than that, like a starting big. But I guess we couldn't really say. I was counting last year.
Yeah, last year ain't it. Last year ain't it.
So it's really
because even before Sabonis got here, he wasn't good.
Right. So it's really 2 years of that. I just yeah.
So Richaun's been in the league. Richaun's been in the league 8 years. Four of them are in Sacramento, but one of them is this year and one of them is last year.
Yeah.
So we have those 2 years where he was, playing close to 30 minutes a night.
Wow.
And he took the job from Dwayne Dedman.
Yep.
And went on to play that way. But I don't know, man. I don't know. This is just a horrendous start to the season for him.
It is. What do we?
I don't know what shakes him out of it either. Yeah.
8 games in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll ask you the question. I'll answer it too, but I'll ask you first. I mean, when do you make that call to look for somebody else in the rotation?
Last Saturday. Yeah. You already made it. He didn't play in the second half. You've already made the call. It doesn't mean you don't sub him in tonight, but it also and this is the difficult thing. One of the many difficult things I think when you're a coach too. Like now, the last thing you saw, right, from him. You know the last thing you saw. So if you see it again and you see it early, if he plays the way that he did Saturday against Golden State tonight, his minute total was like 5. Sorry, I get it here real quick. It was 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Yeah. He ain't even gonna see that. He's gonna get a chance to make it. And I hate the term, but the proverbial leash is gonna get tight. It's like when you're walking your dog and there's another dog close by. Yeah. You got to tighten up the leash a little bit.
Yeah.
Richaun's bad games at this point. Like you've got that leash as tight as it can go, and the next thing you do is you don't make the call.
Yeah.
The call goes to Trey or Alex. I mean, if you need to go big, it goes to Alex Lynn, or at some point we're going to get the official notification from Stockton and Mias Kata's coming up. And I don't know. I mean, they got through a game against a team that was significantly bigger than them without him.
Right.
So let me ask you this. What does Richaun bring to this team?
Right now, today, he's not bringing much of anything. In theory, the idea of Richaun Holmes, with the way that people like myself, like yourself, believe he can play, he brings energy, he brings athleticism, he brings a big that can guard pick and rolls, can kind of hang with certain ball handlers on the perimeter. That's what he brings to the table. He's not bringing any of that right now.
Oh,
but so here's the other thing though, and you had to make a move because it just wasn't working. Do you really get an opportunity to do that in 5 minutes? His game, predicated, but specifically on rebounds, working hard. It's not like they're going to run a play for him and he's going to be able to get a bucket to kind of show like I'm here. It's all like impact off the ball.
Understood, but I think it's exactly what you said about Harrison a moment ago. If you're struggling offensively, that's fine, but you've got to do something defensively. If you Google Richaun Holmes on Twitter and the first thing you see are 4 different low light videos about how he's playing defensively with this group and what and I'm very confident Mike Brown and his coaching staff have demanded from this team defensively, no, you don't get the opportunity to hope that you can get a putback or hope that you can have that impact on the offensive end when you're not doing what needs to be done defensively.
Yeah. Well, it's perfectly fair. I get it. I think he gets an opportunity to kick out of this, like being one of the first guys off the bench for the next few games, and he's going to have an opportunity. But like you said, the hook is going to be quick. If he looks like he doesn't have it, Mike Brown is going to go to Trey Lyles or go to Metu or go back to Sabonis if he's not in foul trouble and kind of switch up the lineup that way to get Lyles and Metu in the game in a different setting than they normally would. And
I didn't even.
That's the right move. That's the right move. I keep saying it. You're 3-5 right now. You gotta. Every game is important right now. You gotta win games. There's no throwaway games. You gotta win.
I don't think it's crazy to think Richaun's out of the lineup. If he can't grasp what they're trying to do defensively. I don't know if that means more Metu. I mean, you know, Trey Lyles, I think, was 29 minutes against Orlando. Again, that was a big team that they were playing, but this is a team that has just been bullied inside. They have legit just been knocked around on in the restricted area.
Would you look to go to Lynn? Do you think that? Because I think about.
I don't know. I feel like.
But last time I saw him was against Charlotte, and he was getting destroyed.
Yeah,
against Miami.
I don't remember the second Miami game. I assume you're asking.
Yeah.
He did not.
Yeah.
He did not play against Miami.
Charlotte, where they were getting destroyed in the paint. He came in and he got.
He played 2 minutes against Charlotte.
But I think those 2 minutes when it went from, and it's not all his fault, but I think it went from like 5 to 15 point game.
I don't think that happened. He was a -4, so you're right. It didn't help. But yeah. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough. I don't think to answer your question, no, I don't think so. I don't think you go to Alex Lynn only because not because of some like opinion I have on Alex Lynn, because my feeling, like, why wouldn't you have already? Like, Alex Lynn is on your right. Like, why wouldn't you have already done it? You've chose to go a different route, and I think that will be the case. I think it'll be the extended Trey Lyles minutes. I think it'll be Chimezie Metu approaching double digits worth of minutes if you can't use Richaun Holmes.
Yeah.
I don't really know what situations you bring Alex Lynn in. We've always talked about like toughness, and I don't know that they're doing that anymore.
Yeah, and it may be a situation where you go up against a Nurkic or Jokic, you know, one of these big centers. Maybe you bring in Alex Lynn against Cleveland, you know, to go up against Jared Allen and guys like that.
Well, find out on Wednesday.
Yeah. So I don't know.
But under no circumstances do you ever play KZ Okpala again.
No.
You just let him sit on the bench forever.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Oh man, I remember that drop. Yeah. That's so weird. Just he's good enough to guard Kevin Durant, just not like in the third quarter. He's good enough to guard, you know, every LeBron James, just, you know, only in the first quarter.
And the great thing about it is, it's not like he played his way out. Like, I don't think he did anything wrong when
Keegan played his way in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keegan, and much like you, I don't think this means anything, but when did he come out in the third quarter? It was like halfway through or early in the third. And
yeah,
right.
Yeah, he didn't play. Yeah, he missed even more time than he did the night before, or the game before.
He'll be all right though.
I see y'all talking about DeMarcus. I'd bring DeMarcus back in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
And like, I don't. You can feel however you want to about DeMarcus Cousins or his, you know, you could put DeMarcus Cousins on this roster right now, and it's an upgrade over Alex Lynn or Richaun Holmes.
No shade, just is what it is.
No, like, and it's not. I'm not asking for 30 point, you know, 15 rebound DeMarcus. I'm talking like spells of 12 minutes. I don't know how that doesn't. I don't know how it doesn't work.
And I'm trying to think. Yeah, he played under Mike Brown in Golden State.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's a question from Jesse. Boogie or Dwight?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'm partial. I'm partial to Boogie because that's my guy. But I think Dwight Howard should absolutely.
This is
as well.
This is a weird question I'm about to ask. Is Boogie less of a headache than Dwight? Like, I feel like Boogie would just come back and be like, yeah, all right, cool. Like, cool. Dwight would come back like, yo, I'm Dwight. I'm the man. I'm Dwight Howard.
I think they're equal, and I would disagree because Dwight accepted his role in Los Angeles.
That was Los Angeles.
Yeah, but I think he's at a place now. I really do.
Is he?
Place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I like Dwight. I like Dwight a lot. I'm down.
Whatever the call would be for him to come in here and whatever the role is to play, I think he'd accept it wholeheartedly. I think it's kind of ridiculous that him and Boogie aren't even being called in for like workouts or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
That's kind of crazy. Nobody can use either one of these two. That's nuts. That is nuts.
I don't get it, man.
Come back. Boogie obviously would get my vote because that's my guy. Like, I want him back here in Sac. I think he'd be great here too. As far as like his attitude,
I think he'd be phenomenal. Yeah. I think he'd be phenomenal. We haven't. I know it's not. This isn't Bilo and JC in Orlando. Paolo is the coldest rookie we've seen in a long time.
Wow.
Like, that dude is just ridiculous.
He's a problem.
He is so good.
He is a bucket right now.
We'll come back. We've got the call of the game presented by
nobody.
Great. So we'll have that for you coming up. Plus, James Ham, top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'll be back.
It just dawned on me, Jesse. I forgot I didn't watch Goldberg. I'm gonna do it. But I did for the very, very first time ever, I watched Crown Jewel. I have never, ever watched one of those, but I was so intrigued by what they were going to do with Logan and Roman. I watched. Bianca and Bailey was pretty good. I thought it was a creative finish. I thought Lashley. I appreciated the story they were trying to tell, but I thought Lashley Lesnar was bad. Or it wasn't bad. I don't know. I didn't think it was particularly good. I thought the main event was great. I think Roman is just flawless in his role. I think he is as good of a professional wrestler, sports entertainer, whatever you want to call it, as we've seen, in a long, long time. And Logan is tremendous. Logan is the best first year wrestler. I think, it's tough because he doesn't wrestle very often. So he can't, he can never be the very best. Like Kurt Angle's the best. And I don't even think it's close, but, Logan Paul's really, really good. And every time I see him on WWE television, I understand why he's a star. Was it? Yeah. It's gross. I'll be honest with you. It's pretty gross. Like they do a lot. There's a lot of propaganda that goes on during that show. It's a good call, Adam. I disagree. I completely disagree. But Pat McAfee's great. Pat McAfee was really, really good. Again, strongly disagree that he's better than Logan, but he's very, very good. Very, very good. No, I didn't see that. I saw the one with Idris Elba where Idris dropped like $15,000 on shoes or something like that. Yeah, I don't think you take the belt off him at WrestleMania. I read something that Triple H has an idea who it's going to be. That's right. It's Triple H. It was me, Austin. It was me all along. Yeah, it's Triple H. I feel like it's we got to talk about Bray for a second. So yes, if Cody has to come back with all of that momentum, right? Like Cody literally has to pick up right where he left off. And I think that'll be possible. I don't think that'll be too difficult, but he came in with such heat. And like the Rumble, like that's right at the time frame he's supposed to be back. And they aired a little video for him. So it's getting a little bit closer. But they've got to chill with the Bray Wyatt. Like, this is what killed Bray Wyatt, the cult leader, is they just put him out there every single week to cut a long promo. Now, the promos haven't been like too long to where they're overbearing, but I think they're at the point now they can't do that again Friday. Like, you've got to do something else. And I know you're trying to tell this longer story with whatever these interruptions are at the end with Uncle Howdy, but you can't continue this much longer. Like, there has to be some progress. There has to be a step, because people are going to get bored with these promos. It's going to be eye rolling like it got to be with the cult leader stuff.
They're not making any sense. They're not going towards anything.
No, no. They're telling a story. It's just if every
the person though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not there. There has to be some development in this, and there's not. Shout out to John Bull, man. John, and shout out to everybody in the chatty house who stays repping with D'Lo and KC. And
oh, hell yeah.
Let everybody know that Andrej Stojackovic was on the show. And
that's love, man. That's love for real. Appreciate you guys, man.
Great stuff. And then there's Gran Torino. Drake Bars taken to another level.
Woo,
that's what I see.
It was crazy today. It was crazy. They didn't think I could switch up the flow. They better stop playing with me out here.
Unfortunately, I just blocked him on. That's not true. I never do that. Never do that. Hey, we got a call of the game?
Absolutely.
Great. This call of the game is brought to you by
nobody.
Oh, okay. So if you'd like to sponsor this call of the game, because right now it's brought to you by absolutely nobody, contact rich.ripley at odyssey.com. This is not a gimmick. It's not a joke. It's not a work name. It's our real sales manager. Rich.ripley at odyssey.com. If somebody doesn't email this man soon, D'Lo and Casey are going out of business.
No, we got somebody.
Ripley at odyssey.com.
Email Rich like you would email him if you wanted to sponsor the Buddy Hill slander of the day.
Oh man, like everybody's hand shot up in the chatty house when that happened. But man, look, we'll create a segment for your company. Buddy Hill slander of the day brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Hey, no problem, man. We could do it.
Damn. Hey, we got to leave Buddy alone, man. Buddy coming back home soon.
We'll leave Buddy alone as long as making fun of Buddy doesn't make us money. If making fun of Buddy makes us money, hey,
gotta do what you gotta do. Lights gotta stay on somehow.
Buddy would understand.
Oh, Johnny G with a good one. LeBron's lie of the day.
Oh man, it'd be a multi-day segment. Like this dude talking about he was
every hour on the hour.
He was listening to Migos before anybody. Bro, the amount of screenshots after that video was posted was just insane.
Oh, why does Bron do this, man?
I don't know. Why does he like? You're LeBron James. Why do you lie about everything? Everybody knows. Do you think he go like tells hey Mav? Oh, I got one for the post game today. Wait till y'all see this. I'm gonna dress like Takeoff, and then I'm gonna set the internet on fire. Just for no reason. Just go out there lying for no reason.
Ron had an active weekend with these press conferences, these post game pressers. Rob was at the pressers this weekend. Call it a night.
I honestly don't think I want to talk about Kai ever again.
I'm not mad at that. I have a
lot I want to say about it. I just don't think I want to talk about him ever again.
Not at all.
We have lost our ability to have conversations right now. Mm-hmm. So it's just best to not have that one.
I agree. Call it a night.
Presented by absolutely nobody. What do we got?
Nobody. I mean, was there ever any doubt?
Down to Malik Monk. They trap him in the corner. Monk throws it away. OKK sends it in. And we're tied at 123. No timeouts here for the Kings. Fox to Fox from midcourt. Got it! De'Aaron Fox called game.
Hell yeah.
Did you see
that's what I'm talking about, Drapes. Drapes, that's my boy.
Did you see Drapes' IG video?
I saw it. I was at the baby shower, so I couldn't watch it, but I wanted to go back and watch it. It was like 12 minutes.
Don't watch it.
No.
Because Drapes, much like we are, right?
Yeah.
We're sitting at a table. He's a little bit lower than ours are. He's sitting at a table. Oh yeah. He's sitting at the table, so he puts the IG thing on, and he's got it's a great idea. Like he's got the video right in front of him for rolling on IG. But what do you think happens?
Oh no.
What do you think happens when Fox hits the shot?
He stands up.
That's right. He stands up.
Oh jeez.
Would anyone like to guess what happens when Kyle Draper stands up and the video is still shooting? Yeah. Y'all just skip the video. I was like, oh, this is a great idea. Hey, Drape, sit down. What's going on? Sit down. What is this? Hey, man.
Oh, man.
Josh Primo ass down. What is going on? Man, I ain't here for this. Goodness gracious. Great. It was a great idea by Drapes.
His mind was just working, man. We gonna stick with the call for now.
Oh man, Kyle Draper with Katie Christensen on the call right there. NBC Sports, California. De'Aaron Fox's game run.
I love the call by Draper.
Run it back. Can we run it back? Run it back one more time here.
Yeah, we'll go. Obviously, the whole thing is connected, but here it is.
Yeah, I got you.
Down to Malik Monk. They trap him in the corner. Monk throws it away. Okay, sends it in, and we're tied at 123.
Listen to the crowd.
For the Kings.
Listen to the crowd.
Fox from midcourt. Got it! De'Aaron Fox called game.
The collective.
The and then the buzz.
Yep.
Out of
that just happened. That just happened.
That was crazy. I saw something. Now, you guys don't quote me on this one. Damn. Oh, man, I should have been producing on Saturday. You guys may already know this. But did you know since 2019, the Kings have had 9 buzzer-beating wins?
No.
Can you name the 9? Can anybody name the 9?
Well, we named a couple earlier. Belly. Buddy ball call game. Still completely unclear what that means. Next time Mark is on, we got to ask him. Does that one count? Was that the 9th? Last night was the 9th?
Yeah. It was the 9th. So there's 8.
Okay.
Fox,
So
Belly, Buddy,
Bogey, Lakers.
Bogey, yep.
How many years did you say this was?
Since 2019.
Oh Jesus! I think I'm out.
You got it. Go ahead.
Harrison's got 2 of them, right?
Oh, Harrison, that's right. In the empty arena.
And
then
against Phoenix.
Right? Okay.
One that I know you won't remember. But
I forgot all about the
Buddy has 2.
Does Fox have 2? When was Miami? When was the dunk? Was that a buzzer beater?
That was like 2017.
Buddy's
got 2. He's got Detroit and Denver.
Detroit. Oh, I don't remember Denver at all.
Opening night.
Oh, wait. Isn't that Buddy ball call game?
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that what I said? That one, right? Yeah.
You said the call, but I think you were thinking Detroit. So he's got Detroit.
You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
He's got Denver.
Okay. 7. Oh, that Detroit game was such trash.
They counted.
Oh my God, that Detroit game was so bad.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was so awful.
They came away with the win.
They did.
It's
all that matters. It's all that matters. Yeah.
But then they had one on there that I don't know if this should be on here, but they counted it. Damian Jones got a tip in last year against the Pacers with 0.2 left. That's not a buzzer beater, but they counted it.
Pacers. Man, I don't
That's what Buddy
remember
drew
that
off his foot.
Oh,
chance to.
That's right. That's right.
So there's that, and then the last one.
God bless Shavano. Oh, I love that guy.
You're gonna get it. Gonna guess.
Oh, I'm definitely not.
Metu.
Oh, that's right. Metu in the corner. Yeah.
Dallas.
De'Aaron Fox assist.
9 buzzer beaters in the last 3 years. That's a lot for a team that hasn't had like a lot of success.
Who was Metu against?
Dallas. It was a back-to-back.
I remember the shot.
And then they got slapped around on New Year's Eve by Dallas.
Yeah, I remember the shot. I can't remember the game. I just remember De'Aaron, middle, kicked out to Chemezi, bucket. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, as we welcome in 1320 Kings Insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. What's happening, Hammer?
Man?
What's going on, gentlemen? I'm being held together by duct tape today, so
man.
Yeah, one of those days. Yeah, back issue stopped me from going down to the city to go to the game, but I'm ready to roll. I can do this. I'll watch from bed.
Just sit there just sit there for an hour. You're gonna feel great at 4 o'clock, Hammer.
As Cameron said and paid in full, you tough, right?
Yeah, of course. I got down here. It's a long walk down here. To the bar. So yeah, I'm ready to roll. What's going on?
Man, we are celebrating buzzer beaters apparently as De'Aaron Fox hit the 9th buzzer beater for the Sacramento Kings. Well, 8th if you ask Kenny. In the last, what was that 4 seasons?
3 years, 2019. This is the 4th season. Yeah, you're right.
What was your takeaway from whether it be the buzzer beater or just that Saturday game against Orlando as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think what we're seeing is that the Kings have an ability to make adjustments that we haven't seen in the past, and I thought that Orlando's length. We knew it was going to be a problem early, and it was. It was a big-time problem. The Kings didn't seem to figure out how to deal with all of the crazy wingspans on that team. And then I think for me, the turning point, even though it came as the game slipped away in the late second quarter, it was that moment where Sabonis got the ball in the paint and just bullied Banchero all the way down underneath the basket and flipped the shot up and over for an and one. And so that to me was a turning point. They go to halftime, they come out, and the Kings were the more physical team. They bullied that team, and that's the easiest way to take away length. You get into somebody's body, and they just don't have the ability to do the same damage with their length. And so I really do think that Mike Brown is showing all of us that he has an ability to make adjustments at halftime, to get inside that locker room with his team, whether it's, giving a rah-rah speech or demanding something, or it's to sit there and use a whiteboard and break the thing down and say, this is what we're going to do moving forward. And we've seen it like the last 3 games. I think 2 of those games, they've had like close to 20-point advantages in the third quarter. They squeaked by in the Miami game with a little bit of a points differential. But overall, I really think that this team is growing, and it's fun to watch.
James, how do you look at? Well, I'll put together the Magic game and the Hornets game, and they get off to such rocky starts, and they fall behind 15, 20 points in those games, but they're able to fight back, come back and win the game. How do you look at that? Is that something where it's like they got big problems that they keep going down this way? Or is it one of those things where it's like, man, it's a great sign that they're never out of a game, or that they continue to fight back? Because I think you can take a little bit from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, I would, it's so early to like really see so many trends. We're starting to see little trends, but I'll point out that the one time the Kings had a big lead in the first half, they let it go in the third. And that was against Miami the first time. They held on for the win, but they had a 22-point lead in the first half. So what we're seeing is a team that really is fighting to find their identity within each game. They know who and what they want to be, but just because you want to be something doesn't mean you're going to be that. The other team has some say in that as well. And I think we're just seeing a team that is going, okay, like within the game, how am I going to figure this out, because things aren't going all that well. We haven't seen a blowout game yet, really. I mean, the Kings lost by 15 to Memphis, but outside of that, it's been really close almost every single game, and that too is a really, really good thing for this team. You go through a cycle. You got to learn how to compete. I think they're competing. You got to learn how to win, and then you have to learn how to find success within wins and start growing off of 1 win to 2 wins to 5 wins to 6 out of 10. And we haven't seen that third step in Sacramento in probably close to a decade or more. But I think we're seeing a team that right now is figuring out different ways to win games in crucial moments.
One of the difficulties in Saturday's game for me, James, is kind of balancing the fact that I thought Domas had a really, really good game. I thought Sabonis had a great game, but he shot so bad from the free throw line, it almost overshadowed all of that. Like he missed more field goals, or he missed more free throws than he did field goals. And he should have walked away. He should have left Orlando with, 30 points and double-digit rebounds. You could see at one point, James, like it was in his head a little bit. Like I think he had missed 2 on a trip, and the next time he went, Casey was pointing this out earlier, it felt off and awkward. How do you kind of balance those two things if you're Mike? Like, hey, this is a phenomenal game, Domas. We got to clean this up.
Well, I'll say this, like people were saying in the chatty house, they thought it was all Fox. That's like a 30-point deficit at halftime if Domas doesn't backpack the team all the way through the first half. I agree. He missed free throws. That's totally unacceptable. He understands that. It frustrates him just like it frustrates Fox when he goes through these spurts, or, we talked about Harrison Barnes in the first couple of games, and all of a sudden that guy's shooting, 84% from the field. I get it. It's frustrating to watch, but at the same time, look at the damage he was doing. I mean, the weird thing in that game, The Kings didn't have a rebound until 7 minutes were gone in the first quarter. 7 minutes it took to get a rebound. And then he makes the adjustment. He figures out the way to start pushing guys out and start getting to the basket. And I'm not going to fault him for the free throws because, look, it's tough when you're carrying an entire franchise through a half. Sometimes your brain is on other things. You're trying to just figure out what's happening and how to keep the thing rolling. And, there's going to be some mental slips here and there. So I'm going to give him a break for that because I just, without him, that game was over at halftime. It was over in the second quarter. And that, would have been a really bad sign for this team coming out of that game at 2-6. Yeah. That would have been a bad sign for this team.
James, did you kind of think that game, you mentioned it a little bit, that they were just kind of perplexed with how to deal with Orlando, and it took them a half to probably see them and figure some things out? Is that what you kind of equate to them getting down as much as they did in that first half? Because, I thought the first half was not good. But, was that more so them just like, hey, we don't see this every night in the NBA. How do we attack this?
Yeah, that team started their front line was all 6'11" and above. They had Bol out there. No one has seen Bol play for years, and he just looks like a genius. It just looks like an absolute find for that team. And a guy, again, that would fit perfectly in what the Kings are doing. If they could find a Bol hiding under a rock, that would be great. Maybe Mo Bamba is that guy who's sitting on their bench now in Orlando. Maybe a guy like Mo Bamba would look good in a Kings uniform. But I think realistically, what are you supposed to do? Their starting two guard in that game was 6'9". It was, Franz Wagner. So they just had so much length and athleticism. And for that matter, Banchero just showed you how good he is. That guy is really, really good. And it didn't matter what the Kings did. He just was a monster. The only thing he can't do, as of this point, is really get physical with physical players. You see him get physical with smaller guys, and you see him get physical with, players that are, around his age. But when it really comes down to it, watching him just get bullied by Sabonis was fun to watch.
You know what wasn't fun to watch? Richaun Holmes.
Oh, Jesus.
James, what are we going to do about Richaun Holmes? What do you? What's happening here? Could Richaun be out of the rotation here sooner rather than later?
It's possible.
That dramatic?
No, it's possible. I think the one thing that holds you back is you're trying to retain some value in him and let him rebuild some value, so you can possibly move off the final. Because the thing is, he signed a 4-year deal. The final year is a player option, and so if he can find a good landing spot, he can spend the next 2.5 years somewhere else. I think that might work out for the Kings. There's always a chance that just the light bulb goes on and that he starts playing up to his potential. I think we've seen some games where he's impactful and other games where you're just like, what in the world is happening? And that right there is a game that is kind of surprising. He's not a super long, super tall center, so you do have that issue. But that's also not a team that has their centers aren't giants. They're not Steven Adams. They're not going to throw you around. And so he should have been able to have an impact on that game. And it got to the point where Mike Brown went away from him and went to Chimezie Metu in the second half. And I thought Chimezie played pretty well in his time on the court. Mm-hmm. A couple of the guys in the second unit had really nice plus minuses, whether they were, really had big impacts on the game or not. He's got to figure it out though. It's tough. And, I told you guys early on, I thought it was really strange when we asked Richaun, if he's played with Sabonis, and he goes, oh, I'm on the court with him all the time. And we're like, okay, so you've played with him? He goes, no, I'm always against him. They haven't played together. And so that's a problem. So they're, all these other players are having the benefit of having Sabonis on the court with them. Richaun Holmes isn't getting that same benefit. And he doesn't have a true lob guy true pick and roll break you down, and they're also not doing pick and roll actions all that much. So he just really looks like a guy who doesn't have a sort of a spot, who doesn't have a niche on this roster right now.
And that's one of the things you kind of alluded to a little bit, but that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, has the switch already began with him not playing in that second half, going to Metu, going to Lyles for extended minutes? Not saying that he's just never going to play again, but have they already started to go in that direction with looking for alternatives?
Maybe, I think that they're going to go smaller. They're going to start utilizing like smaller lineups with guys like Trey Lyles, maybe seeing a few minutes at the 5 if this continues. Eventually, you got to wake up out of it. I mean, the one game that Holmes actually put up numbers was against Golden State, and for every point and rebound he gave up to James Wiseman last time, and that can't happen either. I mean, if you're a seasoned vet, that just can't happen. I would like to see, we might come to a point this season where, they look at a guy like Keita, or they look at a guy like Alex Len for extended minutes. Len is kind of in a tough position because, again, when he's in shape and he's playing regularly, he's fine, but he's always been a guy that kind of takes a little while to get ramped up. You can't just throw him out there and expect him to have success. But what we're seeing, again, like in the first game in Stockton, is Keita can be a difference maker as a shot blocker. He can be a difference maker as a rebounder. He can be a difference maker as a screener and a guy who gets to the rim. So I don't know. At some point, you're gonna have to see different things if something doesn't improve with Holmes.
There's a lot of positive that came out of the game on Saturday, but do you have any? You concerned at all about Keegan Murray's couple game stretch here?
No, I'm not concerned at all, and we're not going to get too deep into it, but he's got some things going on behind the scenes, and he could use some thoughts. He's just got some stuff going on that's probably a distraction for a young guy. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But just trust me, he wants to be there. He wants to be present, and I don't think he's got some things going on that he just isn't. They're not helping him be present right now, and so sort of thoughts and prayers going out to him. But he's a kid that while he doesn't show his emotion, that doesn't mean he's not someone who's has emotion. Yeah. And so just because he doesn't wear it, maybe you're starting to see him wear it in a different way, and he just looks a little distracted. And so I think he'll be fine. You're just going to, maybe need to be a little bit patient with him over the next couple of days, weeks, stuff like that. But he's a kid who, at every step of the way has been so good. So when you see things go a little wonky for him, you should probably think about it, like take a step back, because what we're seeing right now is sort of out of character for what we've already seen for him. And it's weird to have a kid who's, like 9 games into his career, and you already start to have like an understanding of who he is on the court and how he conducts himself. And he's got some stuff that's making him a little bit off. And I'll just leave it at that. And I hope that people respect that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Prayers up to him and his family. 15 minutes in. Might be a little bit too long. All right. We should have been talking about number 5 in the performance by 5 on Saturday. Obviously, the shot was just sick. And James, we were talking about this. The Sacramento Kings have that as a 31-footer. ESPN has it as a 32-footer. Oh, come on, man. That looked about 37, 38 to me. He was damn near an half court. What are they talking about?
I would have liked to have seen someone walk it off. Let's see how far it is. Bring out a measuring tape. Look, I've been around long enough to see some incredible game winners with this team. Bogdanovic hit the big shot. You guys were talking about Chimezi when I came on. Scalabiciere had a big 3-point shot to win a game. My first season, the play by Tyreke Evans, that they used to have us sitting in a box up behind the home bench, and we were looking down on the basket. And when Tyreke Evans shot that ball against Memphis, it just curved, and we started leaning, and then boom, the whole place lit up. Absolutely incredible moment. And so I've got to see a lot of them. Is it just me, or did that feel like he just walked up and said, "Okay, game," and walked off?
That's the most confident I've ever seen him shoot the ball.
He was so incredible. And sorry to the guy I called out on Twitter, this weekend who decided to tweet me that De'Aaron Fox isn't a go-to scorer, and then tried to delete the tweet, but of course it's still sitting there in my mention, so I screenshot it and I sent it back to him and said, "Hey, this fell out of your pocket." I felt a little bit bad for that, but
James been spending way too much time with us. His happiness level has gone up a little bit in his time with D'Lo.
Yeah, I mean, the dude just crushed it. I mean, from the moment the third quarter started, it was like, oh boy, like that's the Fox that everyone is used to seeing. And I'm gonna, like, again, there's something that Paul Westphal used to say all the time. There are reasons and there are excuses. Like, De'Aaron Fox had a reason to like not be great in that game. He's coming off a bone bruise in his right knee. He only missed like 2 days. I don't even know if he missed that. He missed a game, but then, he was at practice the next 2 days. So, like, realistically, he had every reason to not be great. And then for him, for every bit as good as Sabonis was, which gets overshadowed because of the free throw misses and because they were getting clubbed in the first half, Fox was equally or greater in the second half. I mean, his fourth quarter performance was nuts. His overtime session was absolutely stunning. And there's nothing they could do. Like, when Fox gets in that mode, it really does look like a video game. It looks like a guy who's floating around and someone's hitting like the spin move button, and he's just, the speed, the quickness, everything on display, but it looks like he's just toying with people. And that team has such incredible length and so many shot blockers, and you just watched him get all the way down in the post, take 2 steps back, shake a guy, hit a little flip shot. Just super, super impressive, especially the way he was able to get downhill and just change the whole trajectory of the game. So people keep asking for him to be a leader, and I'm pretty sure he's showing you that he can be a leader on the court.
Why do you think this season is starting so differently for him? We had a theory if you'd like one.
Yeah, I mean, the focus is different for sure, but go ahead. What's your theory? I'll
players
listen.
around him don't suck anymore.
Yeah. Well, that, and it's not the same players that kept sucking. I mean, that's a big deal. So he's getting some new friendly faces, and when Kevin Huerter's shooting 54% from 3 or whatever it is now, and Sabonis is sitting there putting up a near triple-double almost every single game, and people are still concerned about his free throw shooting or his scoring, and he's almost putting up a triple-double every game. We're getting to this point where, he has run out of reasons. And at this point, if he didn't get off to a fast start, we would be looking at why there's an excuse coming. And I really do believe that he came into this season locked in, focused. Again, he came into Sacramento as a 19-year-old kid. He just got married this summer. Luke Laux worked with him a ton on off-ball play, shooting, finding spots on the floor that he can be effective from and impactful from, not having to be a guy who's dribbling the whole time, being someone who can play off of others. And I think we're seeing all of it just play out on the court. He's maturing right in front of our eyes and sort of taking that step. Everyone does it at different times. Everyone takes that step. Everyone grows up at a different time. We all know that. We all have friends who, are the guy who never got married, or the guy who got married early and got divorced. And, they're like, everyone is different. I think what we're seeing is at the right time for De'Aaron Fox to be who he should be as an NBA player. And I hope it continues. I hope he stays healthy and, knock on wood. But that's where I see he's just comfortable in who he is right now and who he's going to be. And he's putting it up there on the scoreboard every night.
I apologize. Those players don't suck. They're just not good at all. But they don't suck. They're just not good at all.
It's a much nicer way of saying it. Thank you.
I'm trying to be better. Like these.
I just realized you guys are matchies today. Look at that.
Matchies-ish.
He went with the Duke blue. I went with the Carolina blue.
How'd that happen?
And if you guys would have walked into the studio, which you're not in studio, you would have been like, "Oh, did we plan this?"
No, at least the hoodies are different colors. We actually have a couple of pieces that are the same, and there's just going to be a moment where it's like, all right, I'll be right back. I'll go. And Ham's up here in a short sleeve Mountain Dew shirt, showing off his extremely white arms.
Yeah, the gun show. Yeah. Hey, man. It's this. I've been locked in the house probably for 6 weeks. It's the beginning of the regular season. This is how it works.
Man.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say though about Fox was, I'm really happy for him to have this start to the season, because from everything that I could see, that we all see, that's been documented, he was working his ass off this offseason. He was really putting in the work. I mean, even to the point, we all know the story, they cut the honeymoon short. Not only did he bring the trainer on the honeymoon, but it seems like this wasn't the plan. But like during the honeymoon, they're like, let's just come on home because we got work to do. And he worked extremely hard. And there was sacrifices for him, his family, everybody. And I love it. It's almost kind of like what we talked about with Deli a week ago. When people make these sacrifices to try to achieve goals, I just love them seeing the work that they put in pay off. And so far we're seeing that from De'Aaron. The guy's made 21 straight free throws. We talk about his free throw shooting all the time. He made 21 straight free throws. I love to see this all paying off for him so far.
Yeah, and like we give Luke credit, even his trainer Chris in the past. We try to heap a bunch of praise on whoever it is that's coaching him. I'm going to tell you, like, one of the biggest things for him is his wife, Rasay. She's a flat out baller. She's a big time basketball junkie herself. She was an exceptional college player. She almost made the WNBA. She's worked for the Warriors as player development coach. He not only added a marital partner, but he also added like another trainer, another person who can help him figure things out and walk through the details of this. And, like a true partnership, because this is a tough world that they live in, the scrutiny, everything that they, the bubble that they live in, and having someone at home that can be that person for you is absolutely so tremendous. So shout out to Rasay as well.
Yeah, and just because it's standing out, how about shout out to De'Aaron Fox also?
Yeah, man.
Like we're praising Louse and his wife and his trainer and his coach and Chris, and De'Aaron is a baller.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. I think so too. And I think this is a moment he's been waiting, where he just, again, everything is falling in place for him at the right time. And, it's good. Don't forget last year, his salary coming into last season jumped from $7 million a year to $27 million a year. And we saw that effect on a player like Dwayne Dedmon, who was a veteran, and what getting a big chunk of change meant for him. And he crumbled here in Sacramento. That weighs on you. And I know people don't like to hear that. And they're like, oh, poor De'Aaron, he made an extra $20 million. The pressure that comes with that $20 million, the pressure when things start to go wrong and everyone's looking at you with that look like do you deserve that, or whatever that look is that people are giving you, man, it weighs on a lot of players, and they try to live up to it. And sometimes just in doing that, they force things too much, and they don't live up to it by trying to live up to it too hard.
It's not even just the basketball pressure. It's the let me hold $1 pressure. It's, every person he ever said hi to at Kentucky who DM'd him, or every, person he played basketball with in AAU DM'd him. Like that's the again, I know all of us will switch places with these guys in a heartbeat, man, but as you said, the amount of pressure that comes with that. And that's something I think we discussed last year. When your paycheck changes that drastically, like he went from good amount of money managed right, he's set for the rest of his life, to life-changing money for him and his generations of his family.
Yeah, generational money. Yeah, I mean that money, that's generational money. I know everyone's going to be out there.
I can't care what money.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
They're going to try to get that the Powerball money, which De'Aaron Fox did not get. But what's it up to, like 2-point-something billion?
Yeah.
What in the world is happening there?
Still
but
by the Commanders.
But
that's right.
I think it's
by the Suns with that.
It's funny though, because a lot of people don't like even that. Like if you win the lottery, all the people that come out of the woodwork that want something from you, and all of, like, most people who win the lottery will tell you later, I really wish I didn't win the lottery. It did more damage than good. And I think that with NBA players, a lot of times it's the same way. They want to get paid. They want that big dollar amount. They want to be mentioned as one of the guys who got max money contracts. And then, heavy is the crown, right? So it
I'd
definitely
like to
is
find
tough.
out.
I'm about to say they wouldn't have been talking to me if they said they won the lottery.
That's what I said. Like, I wouldn't tell y'all. There'd be signs. There'd be signs I won.
I wouldn't be in that group that said I wish I wouldn't have won the lottery. I know that much. I'll tell somebody no.
We'll come back. James Ham with us. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll center our focus off what we saw this weekend and what we hope to see tonight when the Sacramento Kings, one of 15 games in the association tonight, when the Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors. That's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. It's tremendous. James Ham live from Turks and Caicos. So, it's a normal day. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm about to say something that I don't mean in any type of way, because I like both ball players. I really do. I like both ball players, but I know this may sound a certain way. Everybody talks about how much they love Tyrese Halliburton because he's a great player. He's a ball player. He's a baller. He's the truth. I love Bones Highland. And I feel Bones Highland to me, he reminds me of what people think Tyrese Halliburton is, with the way he plays. Like the joy, and he's so fun and flashy. No, Tyrese can be flashy. He's got some, he got a little edge to his game and everything. But Bones is out there doing above the rim moves in the middle of the paint. I said, what? This kid is crazy. I love Bones Highland. Their games remind me of each other. That's why Tyrese came into my head when I saw him playing the other day. Bones Highland is phenomenal. He's so much fun to watch.
He is fun to watch. Man, I'm just looking at Indiana stats. Halliburton's 21-9 and 9.3, 5 rebounds, 1.7.
He's balling this year, man.
But man, Benedict Mathurin is up to 20.7 points per game, and he's shooting 42.9% from 3.
Buddy's playing well for him too.
He is. Buddy's playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Did you guys see the Jeff Saturday tweet?
No.
Jeff Saturday tweeted, this wasn't yesterday, this was last week. Raiders look horrible.
I mean, couldn't he just pin that tweet though? I mean, he could have said that any time in the last since like 2003.
He's not wrong, but it's awfully funny that a media guy who tweeted the Raiders look horrible is coaching a game against them on Sunday.
Well, they'll look horrible like all over him. Like that's a mess. I don't even know what's happening there.
Yeah, that is something.
Yeah.
Got to. Hello, FaceTime.
That's my son's computer is in the room.
Wasn't Frank Wright like just the hottest thing out? Like
Philly, right?
Yeah, just a couple of years ago.
And the coach was so good last year. And what's his name? What's his name got fired, right? And they were like, they should have kept Frank Wright. Da, 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 da.
Doug Peterson. Yeah.
And
those two can't accomplish anything without each other. Those two coaches won a Super Bowl together and went immediately downhill.
Mm.
You know what the Raiders could do? They could just fire their head coach and hire Frank Reich and say, okay, we see you. We see you, Jeff Saturday.
Hire him for the week.
Yeah. Just hire him well, I mean, at this point, you might as well if you're the Raiders. I mean, it's just bad football every week.
I'm sure Jeff Saturday is a fantastic human being, but man,
sometimes you have to say no. Really, you have to say no. I won't take the job.
Let me ask you guys a question, and I don't think there's much debate, but I'll ask it anyway. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in football, correct?
Correct.
All right, just checking.
Yeah, I mean, him and Josh Allen are right there, and
I think
don't know.
Way better than Josh Allen.
I don't know, man.
I think Mahomes is Mahomes. Not saying Josh isn't, but Mahomes is he's special.
Yeah, I think Allen is too. Like I love watching Mahomes. Like again, we've had him for years in fantasy, but and then Josh Allen right now they're checking his elbow and hoping he didn't do ulnar nerve damage.
Serious way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was just watching Mahomes last night, and it's just. He gives you that feeling that we always talk about with Brady. Ironically, Brady did it yesterday.
That was insane.
You can't give him any time. He's going to come. Like, it doesn't. Tennessee had the perfect game plan all night against Mahomes, had him stifled, and all he needed was that one drive, and he turned it around. He's unbelievable. He is unbelievable.
No, he is a ton of fun to watch, but, like, you need to watch some more Josh Allen because that dude – I mean, he takes off running, and you're just like, holy cow, look how big he is.
Josh is sick. Yeah. Mahomes is so good. I honestly don't know why he doesn't have 3 Super Bowls right now. That's how good he is. Like, how did they lose the Super Bowl? How did they lose the AFC Championship game?
Yeah.
He's been unstoppable for like 4 years.
Yeah, but he has moments. He has moments where you can see him kind of disengage. And when things aren't going well, when he's getting hit a bunch, gets a little sloppy. It's all playground stuff. He's sort of like the next generation of, I know we're not to mention this name anymore, but Brett Favre. Brett Favre had that same thing where he's running one way and all of a sudden he throws a dart that no one else in the league could throw a complete
Hang on, guys.
way.
We're coming back to our radio program. Spirited quarterback debate going on during the commercial break there with James Ham and Kenny Caraway. You can, of course, watch the show where we're live for 4 straight hours with no commercial breaks on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We appreciate those listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM as well as 98.5 FM HD2. James, we've got the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors tonight. I think depending on who you ask, everybody has kind of different feelings about the first Kings-Warriors game. I think you and I, our thinking is a little bit more in line in terms of what to make of that second half. I know Kenny was a little bit more, I don't want to say impressed, but a little more confident in the run that they made and the sustainability that they could have over a 48-minute stretch. But This is a team in the Warriors where their bench is a disaster. Like they're just awful, and they've lost. I think it's 5 straight. What has to be different tonight for the Kings in this matchup against the Warriors?
You know, it's funny if we really analyze the way the Kings have played in the second half of games, we kind of have to go back to that game because we just like what you're saying, Damian. I think you and I both crumpled that up and said, the Warriors just let off the gas. The Warriors, messed around in the second half. But all of a sudden we're seeing a second half Kings team in multiple games where they're making adjustments at halftime, coming out and looking like a different team. I think in order for the Kings to figure this one out, number one, they have to shoot the ball well. They did not shoot the ball well against the Warriors, and that was a huge problem. But also, they have to show that they're growing, and that's a big thing. This is, we talk about like litmus tests and, and sort of benchmarks and looking at a team and then looking at them 2 weeks later. This is a game where, we see two teams that are going in opposite directions, a team that's lost 4 or 5 in a row and a team that's won 3 out of 4. And that doesn't mean anything once the ball tips off because it's still the Golden State Warriors. You still have to figure out a way to stop Steph. It doesn't matter how bad their bench is. Clay can get on a heater and drop 37 on you in a quarter. This is just who they are, and you have no idea which team you're going to get from one night to the next. You just know that they're so incredibly dangerous. I just really do think it's a moment where, if the Kings are down by 5 or 7 at halftime, that's fine. What I don't want to see is, again, them look just like the JV team versus the varsity team, because that's what we saw the first time. And then, again, the first half, second half thing, I think we can maybe give the Kings a little bit more credit at this point because we're seeing this as like a flipping trend, that they're better in the second half and they're figuring out ways to make adjustments. But, again, we're 8 games into the season, so I don't want to pin any one specific thing and say, this is what's happening. This team is going to be really good in the second half. Look out for them.
Okay, so let's talk about why they're always behind. And I'm not saying it's this fault, but is there a situation going on in the starting lineup where they keep having these slow starts? I.e., I'm talking about Harrison Barnes.
I was
talking about Harrison Barnes. We've been talking about this all year.
Witness.
What if I told you Harrison Barnes is a 5th option?
It hasn't been good enough. Like they're down this week. They were down 15 and 20.
What's that?
in the first half to 2 inferior opponents.
Yeah, but I mean, Looney doesn't score more than 11 points a game. He doesn't come close to it. Draymond Green.
Looney defends and rebounds. That's why he can stay on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. And I mean, I don't think Harrison Barnes has been atrocious on the defensive end. He hasn't been as good as we had seen him a couple of years ago. But, like, look, I think there are certain moments in every single one of these wins where Harrison Barnes has come through. And it isn't always something that's huge, but there are moments where he looks like the old Harrison Barnes and he helps you get through. And you're going to have to hope that you get enough of those moments until he figures out his place. And as of right now, he seems very comfortable taking on the role as the 5th starter, as the 5th option in the starting lineup. And sure, he's playing a bunch with the second unit, but that second unit is grasping at straws in Sacramento too. We got all kinds of issues there where guys are trying to figure out who and what they are. I think the one guy who's just elevated and showing up like on most nights, but not every night, at least 4 of the 8 games is Malik Monk, but that's only half the time. So Mike Brown is having a real tough time using a pen with anything he's doing with that second unit. It's always pencil and it's always a bunch of erase marks, and you're hoping that you're getting something, and you're just hoping that someone finds their game. And I mean, again, we talked about Davion last week, and we all thought he was going to have this big breakout game after he did have a breakout game when Fox went down, and then he was flat as again like the 4th or 5th option against the Heat. And so we have to wait for one of these games where like 3 of these guys play really well. And I think outside of Monk, the only other guy who's putting up anything consistent at all to me is Trey Lyles. And I'll keep bringing him up because I think he deserves it. Again, there are moments in every single one of these games where Trey Lyles does something that helps you like steady the ship. And I really do. I appreciate watching him as a basketball player, as a role player who comes in and does his job and stays focused and is always ready. And it's not always like phenomenal, but that's not what you're looking for from like an 8th or 9th man in your rotation.
And to clarify, James, not saying Barnes should be in the starting lineup tonight. That's not what either one of us are getting at. But I will say he's got to start playing better. And it's not a situation where I don't think he's any good. I think he's playing below what he's capable of on both ends of the floor. And I think he could be playing better. And I think if he played a little bit closer to where I think he can, I think it would help the starting unit out a lot.
Yeah, I think so too. And I'll also say he's making it much easier for the Kings to try to go out and look for an upgrade. Like if they can find an upgrade, then sure, go ahead and do what you got to do. I think we came into this season thinking you can't lose Harrison Barnes because he's so incredibly valuable to your team. And I still believe he's valuable as a locker room guy. I still believe he's valuable as a leader on the team. But as a player, I think that there are plenty of players out there that can get you 11 points and 5 rebounds and play like at least the defense he's playing and maybe better. And I don't even think it's hard to find that player. There are teams already that are like looking around, trying to make some moves and trying to get better. And maybe he's a player that makes sense to them and as a restart, and maybe they have something younger and under contract longer that makes sense to the Kings. But I certainly think that if he continues on as trending the way he has been, where he's okay, but he can't hit a 3 ball, that's one of the biggest mysteries. It's like getting beat by a more athletic player or being outmatched by a 6'10", whether Banchero's a rookie or not. I mean, Banchero's a 255-pound man bearing down on Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is going to get beat in that situation. And look around. I mean, every guy on that front line, who could Barnes have guarded? Wendell Carter, maybe? Who's going to stop any of those guys? They're just bad matchups for you. But again, there are plenty of players out there that can do what Harrison Barnes does if this is who he is now. And maybe you can move off of his contract as an expiring contract. Certainly his value isn't as high as it once was, especially what's he shooting, 11% from 3, 12% from 3. It's been pretty brutal.
Will KZ Okpala ever play professional basketball for the Sacramento Kings again?
I mean, I warned you guys.
4 seconds left in the half. He will.
I told you guys.
That's very true.
You guys thought I was joking. You thought I was over analyzing the KZ Okpala situation. Harrison Barnes is shooting 18.5%. And by next week, he could easily be shooting 33%. We'd be like, hey, Harrison Barnes looks fine again. Yeah. The KZ thing.
You were over analyzing. It's just really weird to see it in practice. Okay, he can guard Steph Curry out the gate. He can guard Ja Morant in the first quarter. But when it comes to the third quarter, that's crazy. Can't have him guard him in the third quarter.
I mean, this is kind of the way it goes. I told you guys in the beginning, there are 8 guys that are going to play. Whoever that 9th man is, that ninth and a half man, we don't know who it could be. And Trey Lyles has jumped up and taken one of those jobs. And to be honest, Richaun Holmes is relinquished one of those jobs for the most part. And so now you're sort of looking at maybe an 8-man rotation that includes 2 half men in Lyles and Holmes. And then whoever's going to play those extra minutes, it's going to depend on one night to the next. Sometimes it'll be Terrence Davis. Sometimes you'll get extra minutes for Herter at the 3 or Monk because he's playing really well. I still don't think, it stands out to me. We still are not seeing enough combinations of like, we haven't seen Fox, Herter, and Monk on the floor hardly at all. We haven't seen Davion, Monk, and Herter on the floor. These 3-guard sets that I think could really work well. And it's just this team needs more time in the pot to simmer. And I don't have any answer for why this Kings team needs more time in the pot to simmer and the Utah Jazz don't. Like, I don't know why that is, that one team gets it right out of the gate, and we can say that Will Hardy is like a genius and the greatest coach in the history of the NBA after 8 games, but at the same time, like, we have to watch and see how this thing plays out long term and how other teams make adjustments to what they're doing. And it seems like we're seeing a nice steady growth by the Kings, which I think is almost better than coming out and just being incredible and then facing the reality 3 weeks in that really you weren't nearly as good as everyone thought you were when they were writing all those positive stories about you.
I don't know.
Davion, Richaun, or Harrison, who are you most concerned about?
I mean, if I put him in order, I would probably go Davion, Rich, and Harrison. As Harrison, the third one, I'm the least concerned with because he's too good of a shooter to airball. Like, what was that? Like, he airballed a ball by like 4 feet.
James, that's like his 8th air ball this year. That might be a slight exaggeration, but
I don't understand it. I don't understand it, but at the same time, I know you guys keep thinking that I'm really hard on Davion, but
you are.
I need him to fit in and play the offense that everyone else is playing. And it's tough, but I'm just, that's what I'm looking for from him is like, show me that you are playing the same game that everyone else is playing, and then we can go from there.
I thought Davion got a raw deal in the second half of the game on Saturday. He had some tough foul calls that I didn't think were fouls. Like, one was an offensive foul for like slapping a guy's hand off his I watched that, and at the end of the day, it was winning time, so you had to go with who was winning. But
yeah,
to no fault of, in my opinion, to no fault of Davion's, I thought he had a rough spot in that second half that he just couldn't catch a break, and that may be what's going on right now, just in general. Like, he just can't seem to find a groove or catch a break or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, even the Orlando game, I don't even really I don't think about it much because I thought they had some other guys step up. I thought Monk was good. Herter had like a quiet night, but Monk stepped right up and had 15 points. You got 37 out of your starting point guard, and you're not going to rest him if he's playing like that. The concern I have, like, straight up, is what Kyle Lowry did to him in the Miami game. Like, I'm just like shocked. Like we jokingly, I think it was you, Damian. We'll never see Matthew Dellavedova for more than 12 minutes, and then he's got to play 20. And like, he realistically, if he could have given you 30, you probably needed it from him in that game. That's just kind of the way it went. And like, those are the concerns where you just watch him not be able to settle in and get comfortable in whatever role he's doing. And he hasn't got to that point where, starting, coming off the bench, one night you're like getting a bunch of shots, another night you're asked to distribute a bunch. He's not figuring out what it is that will help the team move forward, which is something that even when Harrison Barnes isn't playing well, he usually does that. He goes, okay, we're getting killed on the boards and I'm not playing that well, so I'm going to go get a bunch of boards. Or we need to slow the game down. I'm going to get to the free throw line 4 times in a row. Those are moments where Harrison Barnes does veteran things, and like, you can't expect that out of Davion, but you have to expect some of those things where he's actually, making a stop, or he's doing something that impacts what's happening.
Isn't that his biggest impact, though, on the defensive side of the ball? Or let me rephrase that. Shouldn't that be his biggest impact on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, I agree, but that's where I would go back to the Kyle Lowry thing.
I got you.
Yeah.
And that was my concern. We talked about that the next day, that Kyle Lowry was cooking Davion that game. And that doesn't feel like a Davion. That's like, something's off with it. Like, we could talk about what he does on offense, the decision he makes on offense. I don't think we've ever had a discussion about Davion being off on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that Miami game being a very glaring exception.
Yeah, I think he's searching, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a player, we saw it with Mike Brown as a coach, where he's searching and he's throwing whatever he can up against the wall. And that just tells you that Davion doesn't have his real principles of who and what he should be set. And we thought he probably was further along in that because he's an older second-year player. I mean, again, he's 24. So is Kevin Huerter. So is Malik Monk. So is De'Aaron Fox. They're all 24. So Davion just happens to be in his second year as opposed to his 6th year with the other guys. So, but you thought because of his age that he might be further along in his progress of how he just plugs and plays right into a system, and that's not working out with the change in coaching. And the other thing, I'll just mention it just on his side, this is his 3rd coach. And what's he played? Has he played 82 games yet? It's right around that. This is his 3rd head coach. And so it's tough. And again, I've been a critic of the way he's playing, but it's because like on the defensive end, he needs to be somebody. On the offensive end, he needs to like give up control and do what others are doing. Just find the flow of the game. And it just feels like he can't find the flow. And I get it. He's young as far as NBA world, but he's got to get there quick.
I feel good about tonight, James. I feel good about tonight. I'm not saying a win, but I think it's going to be a good game tonight. I think they're going to have an opportunity to win late in this game. Will they cash in? Tune in to find out. But I think they'll have an opportunity.
They win tonight. You're going to have like put out a Drake Bart's album.
I mean, I'm already like halfway through the season right now. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're getting some wins here, especially 3 of the last 4. I mean, that's good. I'd also just caution fans.
Now, we don't do math on this show. We're 8 games in. We are not halfway through the season.
I'm talking about
we're 10% through the season.
I almost have Drake bars every game. The season.
Yeah. Well, that and I mean, you probably started writing a couple of them, even though you had to crumple them up and throw them away afterwards.
Yeah. I thought the Heat game I was going to have one. I was ready. I had a nasty little bar for Kyle Lowry, but you know what I mean? It didn't work out.
Yeah. So one thing I keep telling fans, and I wrote about it on Sunday, it's a never too high, never too low. This team very well could be 4-4. They could be 5-3. The fact that they're 3-5 after an 0-4 start, like just let it happen. Let what's going to happen organically here for the next couple of, like, give them 20 games. And if you want to freak out at 20 games, that's fine. But give them a little bit of time to figure out who and what they are. And then at the same time, keep glancing at the schedule and going, oh my gosh, they play the Warriors again for the 2nd time. They play the Warriors again next Sunday for the 3rd time already in like the first 13 games. It's wild.
Happy birthday to our guy Russell Hunt, man. Russell's in here with us on a daily. Happy birthday to the homie Russell, man. We appreciate it. There's a lot we didn't get to today. We're having so much fun with the Kings, and hopefully we're having more fun with the Kings tomorrow. But I'm looking at the TV. There's a couple of things I want to point out before we go, and we'll spend some time later in the week talking about this, especially since there isn't a single basketball game to be played tomorrow. So we'll probably have some time late tomorrow or Wednesday. Justin Fields was phenomenal this weekend.
Ooh, yes, he was.
Absolutely incredible. Dolphins Bears was the game of the weekend.
Yep.
And the Packers lost again. They lost to the Lions. The Packers lost to the Lions. Oh, I wanted to spend like 30 minutes on that. We just didn't have the time today.
Laugh track will be ready tomorrow.
We'll get to all of the NFL stuff we didn't have time to talk about, including Frank Reich's firing and Jeff Saturday's hiring.
Stingers up. Go Hornets tonight at Pauley.
Hornets and UCLA. That game is not on ESPN 1320 tonight. It is available exclusively on the Pac-12 network, so you can check that out. Tip for that is 8:30. So you'll have plenty of you'll get to watch quite a bit of that after the Kings game. So Kings and by the way, I saw Deuce Mason tweet this earlier. Kings Warriors tips right at 7. Like they're on this this schedule tonight because of the amount of games that are being played and the election tomorrow. So
they need to settle down. Don't rush me.
Well, I'm just happy it's not at 7:30. 7 o'clock on the dot, the way games should be played. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Appreciate James Ham. Congratulations again to Andrej Stojackovic. Thanks to him for joining us. He's on his way to Stanford. And we will see you guys tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's go Kings.
Go vote.
And we're done.
Yeah, man.
We are done.
I'm starving today.
We know where Andre was at.
Don't know where he was at. No. Oh, actually, I do know where he was at. I won't say it though.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Yeah, how did that go? I think I've been I've been in the same room with him quite a few times, but I don't know that I've ever had a conversation with him.
That was good. Good little combo, about 5 minutes, but he
was he was prepared to talk and
cool. Yeah.
It was
He's buddies with Dougie, Doug Christie's son.
Oh, okay.
He's still here? I meant to ask Doug the other day when I talked the other couple games ago. Is Dougie still here?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either.
Yeah, next time I talk to Doug, I'll ask him. Like we always, touch base. How are the kids and stuff like that. But I haven't asked him. Like he was going to college here, but he wasn't playing basketball anymore. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what Dougie's doing. I will tell you this. This one time I brought Toby, my oldest, down to the studio, and Doug brought Dougie, and they hung out together. And they were hiding under a staircase. They were both not very old. And they were hiding under a staircase prank calling people. And Dougie, God bless his heart, called my wife's phone to prank call her and sang Adele's Hello like in its entirety on her voicemail. And my wife is like, what in the world is this? And we ended up finding out later it was my son and Dougie prank calling people from the studio. Yeah. So they got along well.
That's good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys. We're going to end the stream. Got Monday Night Football coming up.
Who you got tonight? Ravens?
Ravens Saints, right? Yeah, I'm going to go Ravens.
Yeah, probably go Ravens, especially with Roquan.
That's right, Roquan. I think I saw somewhere Deshaun Jackson is playing tonight too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, really?
He is. James is going to go get him off the waiver wire. James is thinking about his fantasy team. Okay, we're leaving. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Holla.